No, late. It's fine.
Well, we're live now and you're just talking. So,
Sorry. Well, I don't know I'm live. Again, this is very... I can't even see your face. I can just see blue dancing dots.
well, that's your fault. Hello, everyone. Hello and welcome to the stream. Rach is here, but you can't see her yet because I've not gone to that that screen.
Oh, I was waving. Can they hear me?
They can hear you, yeah.
Hi, everyone.
And you'll be live in a sec. Rach was just complaining about how late I was, but she doesn't understand that when you say you start at 10:30, that doesn't mean that you go live instantly at 10:30. You literally have to...
No, I don't agree with that. If you're not early, then you're late.
But that's not...
You should be starting at 10:27.
Let's go over it. And I don't think I've actually got her. Oh, I have. Oh, nice that you're scratching your ear when you come on screen for the first time.
Look, I've got you on my phone, so I can half watch, I guess. I don't know. I mean, I could have been picking my nose. It could have been worse. I was only scratching my ear. Anyway, morning, everybody.
Hello, Rach. So what we're going to be doing today, this is Brew Monday. We're going to be doing a little bit of a chat, just about mental health.
I'm kicking things off.
And Rach volunteered to be on early. Well, she actually just like shouted at me and complained.
Oh yeah, because yesterday Taff was like, "I'm going to do Brew Monday. We're going to talk about mental health." Like, it's such a not a difficult subject to talk about because I think there's more. We talk about it more, but it's like, where do you begin? And I'm like, hello, I'm the sertraline queen. Like, come on, I'm on antidepressants for my eyeballs. Get me on. I'll talk about my mental health journey. I'll start things off, and then everyone can chime in with their own thing.
Didn't want her on, to be honest. Yeah, there's 2 giveaways today, John. We're going to be doing a £20 Bird and Blend voucher, which if you just redeem the little thing in chat, in the channel points thing, the draw will be made later. And then once we've given that away, we're going to be giving away a portrait done by John, which is going to be amazing. I fucking would like to win that myself. I've got some art that John drew of me that is over there somewhere and I can't see it right now. I thought it was on the wall and it looks like it's not. So yeah, hope I win. If you win, John, that'd be fucking awful.
John wanting to win his own art or their own art.
Yeah.
Is that?
Yeah. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna talk to some people about but Rach does have to go in like very soon, so we're kind of gonna skip over some stuff and kind of just get straight into this with Rach.
In 20 minutes.
Which funnily enough is something that you have found. This actually Rach going pole dancing actually really ties in with all of this. So yeah.
At the start.
Do you want to start with like, because I think obviously the thing is with mental health is there's lots of different things that can affect it, and there's a massive change that happened in our lives that really you really found difficult and kind of put you into a bit of a slump. So do you want to talk about that?
So I'd never had issues really with mental health prior to having Jack. Like, I'm quite an anxious person anyway, but like a manageable level of anxious. And Taff is quite a good balance for my anxious. Like, he's quite laid back.
Still daddy.
I'm quite highly strung. Between the two of us, I think we kind of mellow each other. Like, we kind of find a good common ground. But then we had Jack. I had a terrible pregnancy anyway, not from a health perspective, but just we were sort of in lockdown. It was that weird time of 2021 where we weren't in lockdown, and some months we were, and you couldn't really go anywhere, and it was all, you still had to queue to get in the supermarket and that kind of thing. So Taff couldn't come to any of my NHS scans or appointments. I think he could only come to one. So I had a lot of private stuff that I'd have to book for us to do stuff together for him to be able to see his own child. And then, yeah, my anxiety just went plummeted from like being pregnant. I think it's just not having like that midwife support or just family support. And we're quite isolated where we live anyway in terms of being near family. And just not being able to see anybody was really fucking hard. Yeah, my anxiety was just always to the point that like we hired a private midwife because the NHS, because the system was obviously all messed up with COVID anyway. And she would come in like every week. I would like text her every day. It was verging on obsessive. And I had like, if I could have a scan like every day to check that this baby was functioning and growing properly, then it probably still wouldn't have been enough. So that kind of started my anxiety being not great. And then we had Jack, and I had never held a newborn before. I had never changed a nappy. I'd never fed a baby, didn't know anything about breastfeeding. It just, everything was, because I think there was even a moment where, because Taff couldn't stay in the hospital for very long, again, because of COVID, there was a time where he came in for one of the visits and he was changing a nappy, and I was like, no, you don't do it like this. Let me show you how to do it. Like, I'm a seasoned pro when I've seen a midwife do it like 3 times. Like, I know what I'm doing. But I had no clue, literally no clue. And I was so desperate to get out of the hospital and bring this baby home. And it was the worst thing that in hindsight we could have done, because being in the hospital was my own little comfort bubble where I had midwives that would help me breastfeed and look after this tiny little alien creature. And then we got home, and I think it just kind of fell apart from there for me. There was just a lot of...
I think Jack was quite difficult at the start, wasn't he?
Jack was a very... Yeah. So we have Lucinda, who... So I will frequently say there were like 5 people that saved my life when I was like at my lowest. My mum, my sister, Chris's mum, Chris obviously, or Taff, and Lucinda, who is our night nanny. So even now that Jack is like 2.5, nearly 3, she still comes and does like nights with him, even though he sleeps great. He's a good sleeper now. But when she started working with us when he was like 6 months old, she helped sleep train. She's like, he's one of the worst babies I've ever looked after. Like, he wasn't great. And we still talk about it now. And we in fact, we spoke about it last night about how high pitched and squeaky he was. And it was just, yeah, it was hard. It was really hard. And just obviously sleep deprivation in itself is a killer. So I think we were maybe like...
Yeah, and I think for you as well, you were very much like the sleep deprivation, because it's weird sometimes when we talk about this, because I think like even like at first when we were getting Lucinda, you still weren't sleeping very well because you were still stressing. Like, I had to get you to turn off the cameras quite a few times, even though Lucinda would be here looking after.
Yeah, and that's weird because I trust like Lucinda like explicitly with Jack. She's fantastic with him, but in the early stages, it's so hard to be like, oh, I've made this little human, and why is he not functioning, and why can I not fix him, and why is what I'm doing not working? And I would go down the Google rabbit holes of just like trying to find every single solution to help his sleep and to help with breastfeeding and any little thing that would happen with him.
The old Googling symptoms is always one of the worst things.
I think you had to stop me reading Mumsnet as well, didn't you? Because I was obsessed with reading Mumsnet, because I would go on it every day, multiple times a day.
Yeah.
Just desperate for somebody to give me an answer to all my problems.
And this is that thing that sometimes like I find with stuff is that like you can often read stuff and that it takes you into like the worst case scenarios and stuff. Like the amount of times that I've been like, oh, I've not been feeling great today, and you've Googled what's happening, and you're like, oh god, it's instantly cancer, or this the worst thing, and you're like, oh god.
And when you've got anxiety, and your anxiety is already ridiculous, unmanageable, to try and you shouldn't Google things. There's that tiny... like I genuinely at that point didn't think I had a common sense part of my brain. Like I didn't have a logical part of my brain. Like Taff would tell me all the time, you've got to stop doing that. You've got to stop Googling. We can figure this out. And like, there's just no part of my brain that will tell me that that's the right thing to do. Like, no, I have to I have to go on Mumsnet. Someone will give me a solution. Someone will tell me what I'm doing wrong. So I think we got like 4 months ish in to Jack being born, and I was just a mess. Like every day, like I don't think I'm
You
a
was
super
great and
emotional
dismal,
person,
yeah.
and part of it is like hormones. Your hormones are fucked, aren't they, after you have a baby anyway? But I was just nothing was manageable. Everything was, I was the worst mum in the world. I couldn't do anything right for this child. Yeah, it was just, they were like the darkest days. And I think we got to a point, there was one day, I think I'd said to Taff, like, I just wish I hadn't had him. I just wish I hadn't had a baby. And those were the days when I would like drive in the car and I would imagine just crashing head onto another car, being like, I'm just gonna never with Jack in the car. But I'm just like, I'm just gonna die because that was my vision every time I got in the car on my own. And one of the things that always stopped me is like, what if I crash head on into another car and I survive and the other person dies? I could never live with myself. Like, it's just, God, your brain is just fucking malfunctioned, doesn't it? It's stupid. We got to like 4. Well, I say it's stupid now. At the time, it was the only way I could function. That was the only way my brain would work. We got to like 4 months in. I was constantly in this cycle, and then Taff was like, we need to do something here. Like, this is not.
I think it was.
We cannot go on.
It was like you said. It was. I didn't know how much you wanted to say about this, but you said it, so I'll say it as well.
I'll talk about anything,
but
I'm not.
But yeah,
I'm not in the least bit. It was a journey, and it continues to be a journey, and I'm very happy to talk about anything because it's not ever something I experienced.
Yeah.
And even in my antenatal group, I was the only one that ever spoke about having postnatal depression. Where there were a couple of the other girls in the group that I think probably like they had rough times with their pregnancy, either from themselves or with their baby, and I think it's probably something that affected them as well. But we just like even in like post natal appointments, you don't ever like, it's never about the mother or the father. It was all about, how's Jack doing? Let's check Jack. It's like I had a C-section. I had major abdominal surgery.
I think we talked about that.
My brain is falling apart. Like it's melting out my ear.
Thank you, Rat Slayer, for the £20. Because we talked about that a lot at the time of like that it was weird that like that it would be so focused on Jack, and then there would be a bit about you, and they wouldn't even like ask about me at all with stuff.
And also it's not quite the same in terms of the physiological, like you don't have all these raging hormones, but you're still also as the other parent handling a newborn that's completely come along and just changed our lives.
Yeah.
So let alone me, there's nothing addresses the father. And I'm sure at the time that you had a touch of postnatal depression, because I think my sort of my behavior and how the way my brain was working was always going to affect you because you're my partner. So
yeah,
I think
like I remember the conversation that we ended up having where we were in our bedroom, and I think we were talking about something, and Jack had gone down for a nap, and he was having another rough nap where he was just like constantly crying and stuff, and you were just broken at that point, and you said, oh, sometimes I just wish I didn't have a baby, and I was like, I think that was when you said those words. I'd already at that point like kind of been looking at sources that could help and that could like offer advice, because I think like it came up in chat just now when we mentioned Mumsnet, like that Mumsnet is like it's a weird place where you can get good advice sometimes, but and that's the problem with kind of
it's poison.
Yeah, but sometimes there can be stuff on there that's right, and it's like the same way in anything that ends up dealing with mental health, that I think And this is where like it was nice to support the Samaritans at the moment, because like I think often with speaking about mental health, you can go to sources that maybe don't have the training and don't have the ability. And that was the big thing with when you said about struggling with stuff, was that I'd already looked into like resources that we could like speak to, and like straight away as soon as you said those words, I think for me that was like the tipping point of, right, I can't deal with this in the way like that. I don't know how to deal with this, but I know there's people out there we can speak to. And I think I instantly said to you, like, you need to call these people,
Yeah.
and
Like,
speak to them straight away.
yeah. And having that as like a springboard into something else, because I'm keeping half an hour on the time, but I
Yeah,
do
when you
want
need to leave,
to.
just let me know. I
Yeah.
know it's
So I don't want to like rush my story, but and obviously I'd really like to. I know I've got to go, but I'd really like other people to share their sort of experiences. I know that's the point of TAF stream today,
yeah.
but I think it's so important, because what I've experienced will not touch on somebody else's experience with mental health. It's such a spectrum, isn't it?
Yeah, and
But
that's the thing with mental
so,
health, is there's so many like even
yeah,
just between the two of us, like our experiences with stuff are so different.
yeah. So we were trying to
Pandas.
remember
I
called
looked it
yesterday.
up.
Do you
It's
remember
it's
what was
Pandas Foundation.
Pandas? So they dealt with like new parents and mental health, and the lady I spoke with was really helpful. But obviously, there's only so much that person can do, and
Yeah.
I was at home when I called. I wasn't in a desperate situation where I thought I was going to, you know, kill myself or anything like that in that moment. But she was very much like, you know, these are like the next steps that I think would be really helpful for you. So it was from there I went into therapy. My sister found, and we were really fortunate that I was able to do some private therapy sessions, because I think the wait list for NHS therapy would have been considerably longer, which again is just another shining example of how mental health is so low down on the pecking list of things to address in the NHS, isn't it? That somebody who'd be so desperately needing just somebody qualified to talk to can't. And that's why services like the Samaritans are so beneficial, because they bridge that gap when if somebody can't talk to a professional because they've got to wait down on an NHS waiting list, then at least there's a service there that can help them in the interim. But yeah, so I went to therapy, and then I went to see my GP, and was straight away that those two things. So going to see the GP, who was like, "You've got postnatal depression, anxiety," like that. It's no question. And I'm pretty sure even Lucinda called it as well on one of the nights that we were chatting with her. And I don't know if you remember that. And then I started on sertraline, and between which again, fortunately for me, I've never had any major issues with that particular drug. Though obviously there are so many out there. But yeah, the combination of those two things, starting therapy, and which was just talking therapy, it wasn't. I never remember what it's called. It's like an abbreviation. What's the other type of therapy, chat? What's it called where you do like? The words got out of my head. Anyway,
I can't think what you mean.
CBT. Who put that?
Willow.
Yes. Thank you. Yes. So it wasn't that, but so therapy and taking and starting sertraline, the combination of those two things was a turning point for me, and being more accepting more help as well. So like Chris's mum came up and looked after Jack a lot more. You know, my sister did as well. We obviously had Lucinda in the evenings, which even now it's like, even now my anxiety is not the best on nights Lucinda isn't here, which is ridiculous, because Taff has no issues like with Jack in the evenings. He sleeps great, but it's like hardwired in my brain now. It's a weird thing to try and let go of, to know that he's nearly 3, he's fine.
I think that conversation was like the kickstarter of us, and like I say, like with this, it's not like we're definitely not saying, oh, there's a cure or anything for this, but this is just trying to talk about little tips that these are the little things that we do to help. And I think you having that conversation and then like trying to focus a little bit more on yourself
So
at
I
times
spent,
and finding
yeah, I
these new
spent the last
hobbies.
year. I spent the last year, sort of 2022. Yeah, that was the year before last, wasn't it? Doing my therapy, taking my antidepressants, just doing that. And then 2023 was like, do you know what? Fuck it. I need to do stuff. Like, I spent all my time at home. Like, Jack hadn't really gone to nursery yet. I think that was around the time he'd started to go, and it was only 2 days a week. So there's still a lot of time with that child. And he's a great kid. He's flipping hilarious. But it's hard work. And like,
Yeah.
we got like stay at home mums, stay at home parents, like, need all the awards because it is exhausting, especially when they stop napping and you've got to entertain them all day long. But yeah, so I think that 2023 ended up being the year that I did horse riding, pole dancing, read my smutty books, go back and watch Taff's VOD on book chat, and did a bunch of stuff for me and just tried to reclaim a bit of my identity pre-Jack. And it's a work in progress. Like, I'm still on antidepressants now, and it's been over 2 years.
Yeah.
Like, I thought at one point towards the end of 2022 that I would come off them, and I tried for a little while, lasted like 3 weeks, and then was like, I'm not ready for this.
Yeah.
Went back on it. I've tried again the start of this year to reduce my dosage, and I think that was a mistake because I don't know, I'm just not ready, and it's fine to not be ready. And if I'm on them for the next 5 years, who gives a fuck? If I'm on them for the rest of my life, who gives a fuck? It's just another tool to use to get better, because you just,
It's
and it
about
doesn't matter.
finding the tools that like help you, and like
Yeah.
like we've said, like you don't know if this is, there might be something might happen in the future that flares up and makes things difficult again, and yeah, it's that
We're
difficult
obviously
thing
about
of
to we're obviously about to go to Disney for 2 weeks, and Taff is like so chill about it. It's like, it's going to be brilliant. Like, and he knows it will be stressful, obviously, because we're taking a toddler, but he has different things that will stress him out to me. I'm like, right, have I packed enough snacks? What's Jack going to be like on the plane? Have I got enough activities for him? That's my brain is constantly catastrophizing. Like, what if this happens on the plane? What if he has a meltdown? What if he cries for 10 hours? Which I know he won't. He's, give him a freaking lollipop and he'll be happy for 2 hours. But that's where my brain is going, and that's where my anxiety flares up, and I think, actually, no, not ready to come off my antidepressants, because maybe they don't help in the way that they did when I was at my worst. But even if it's psychological, and I think, do you know what, I take these and this is my happy drug and this will keep me sane, then that's what I'll do.
I think that's the thing, is like I think that's where we come in as a good team sometimes, because like, even with stuff like this, like, I know Rach has packed so much crap that we don't need to take.
I've got 6 suitcases.
But we've
Please,
got
someone in chat tell me that that's acceptable, because I'm losing my mind.
We've got
I've packed
space.
6 suitcases.
We've got space to do that at the moment, and if it
Yeah.
comes to it, we just deal with it. Like it, it's about kind of that give and take sometimes of like working out. Like, we've had the discussions lately, like that our time together has been dwindling a little bit because the streaming and you doing so much activity, and we've been like, right, we need to like have a look at that and get back on track with that.
That's definitely one, because we got into such good habits with making sure that we had time together without Jack, sometimes with Ralph, because Ralph is my favorite child. He's using a little gratuitous Ralph cam. But yeah, that's one of my things for when we get back on holiday, because it's something Taff mentioned the other day. And my relationship with Taff, ultimately, Jack's going to grow up. He's going to move out of home. He's going to have his own relationships. He's going to have his own life. It'll just be me and Taff that are left. So that we should be a focus, especially now as he gets older, like us spending time together. Like I say, it's so important to Taff, and it's important to me. as well, obviously, but I think you just get in bad habits, don't you?
Yeah.
You kind of just fall back into, oh,
And
well,
that's
you're
the
going to
thing
do
with
that one thing, so I'm going to do this.
anything like this is like you say, you kind of are looking at what gets you back on track and having that conversation. And you know, I know sometimes, you know, the conversation doesn't always go as well the first time, but you know, we know that we can have that conversation.
Yeah.
But I do know that it's 7 minutes past 11
I know,
now,
I
and you
need to
probably
go.
really need to go.
Sorry,
So
I need to go swing around a pole.
I'm gonna go and I'm gonna let you go.
Okay. Everybody share your experiences, because this is such a like refreshing thing to talk about. There was a time where I was so afraid to talk about my issues with mental health, and now I don't shut up about it. I'm like, don't test me. I'm on antidepressants. Like, I've got my brain malfunctions.
Well, chat are all saying
Honestly.
nice things about you, so I'm not going to read those
Thanks,
out.
guys. Thank you. And
you can read them.
let's share. Let's have this conversation. Make it happy.
Oh God! Wait there! Wait there! Wait there! Wait there!
What's happening?
Sorry, Sparkles said hello, and it went very loud. Sparkles has a thing that's like shots plays, but it was really loud.
What, like shot? That
yeah.
one?
Yeah.
Taff, are you going to talk about your experiences with mental health now? Have you got somebody else on?
I was going to talk for a bit. Now I got rid of you.
Yeah. Okay. Thanks, everybody. Thanks for listening to me garble on for half an hour. I appreciate it.
All right, go swing
Have a
around a
lovely
pole
day.
then. See you later. Do you want to plug anything before you go? No, you haven't got anything to plug.
Watch Taff streams. They're semi-professional.
All right. See you later.
Love
Bye.
You all. Bye.
Get rid of the telly. She's not hung up yet, though.
I don't know how. Can you still see me?
No.
Oh, yeah. I pressed the wrong button. Right, now I'm going. Bye.
Now she's gone. Sake. Yeah. Okay, so I know the start was a bit more rushed than expected. Yeah, Wasps, if you want to say hello, if you're here, ideal time to say it. I probably should have worked out how to turn off any of the all of the intros. But that was Rach. Wanted to start with Rach in the same way that we started with Rach on the Why I Love series, because I know that it's easier for me to talk to Rach, and that's a big thing with stuff like this, is that it's easier for me to speak to Rach about this kind of stuff, because I know her, and oh, that's Ralph coming in. Oh, he's coming round on the bed. But it's easier for me to talk to Rach because we know where stuff stands. Ralph, how are you feeling? He is chewing on a chewy right now, just down there. I don't think I can get Ralph cam working because this camera didn't seem to work entirely through that. I haven't said hello to everyone as well. Hello to everyone who's poked in. Look at what Ralph's done to the fucking green screen, though. That's him that you can see right there. He's just chewing his chewy. Hello to everyone who's in. I appreciate everyone who's here and stuff, and has come to say hello. It's a little bit of a different stream. To be honest, it's a very scary stream because I think with this stuff, I say that one of my favorite things about being in this community is there's a lot of people with voices that speak loudly and speak well about issues that I don't always have the... I don't know what's the right word. And that's part of it. They speak well about issues where I don't know the right words. And they speak prominently, and you know, people like Willow, Pickle Bee, Dolan, Pip, like they speak about things that I'm like sometimes like I wish I could talk about things and I could know about things like they know about and speak with the same passion about them, but I worry about that I'll say the wrong thing or that I'll get mixed up and confused. And so I always try and do my best to accentuate and amplify those voices of people who speak about things so much better than I do. And when it comes to like something like this, it's hard for me in a way because like even like last night, I was trying to work out and like the last couple of days I've been trying to think, what I'll do is I'll think of questions that I can ask someone, and then it's an easy way for me to kind of pre-send them questions and say, this is what I'm going to ask you. It gives you an idea of what we're going to say. And I think it's hard to do that. Like even last night, I spoke to one person, then they said, oh, do you know what you're going to ask? And I was like, I think it's going to be this, but I don't know exactly what it's going to be. Because I think it's just going to be a conversation about things, and I don't know quite where it's going to go and stuff. Similar to the stuff about Mumsnet earlier is that I was quite aware that that there's been there's a little bit of that thing of there's a lot of like people's Discords and stuff that have got mental health sections, and my Discord doesn't, and I actually most mental health bits in people's Discords I have muted. Thank you, Sparkle Muffin, for the £20. Most mental health bits in people's Discords I have muted. So if anyone's thinking, oh, I've talked about this in so and so mental health part, I probably haven't read it, and the reason for that is that I find it difficult on two fronts. One, and it's not that I find, if anyone ever wants to message me and talk to me about stuff, I'm quite happy to talk about stuff. I can't stress that enough. But also, like, for me, sometimes, like, I worry about people getting the right advice, and I worry about the right things being said. Yeah, see, Ray, I totally understand that, because I'm like, you don't want to end up in that circle of positivity sometimes. That positivity is very good, but also it's got to be the right positivity, and you need to make sure that, like, I worry about stuff like that, and I know probably people will tell me that there's not that always in those kind of sections, but that's why I don't particularly, I don't like to read them, and I don't like to, and it's not that I don't care about people or that I don't care about people's mental health. It's just that for me it's like it's like I worry about someone, and I think I'm sometimes like a person, like even the last couple of days I've said something about something and it's been a bit more negative than everyone else, and I've thought straight away, like, my negative is not supposed to be like, this is shit. My negative is supposed to be that this needed to be worked on more. But because everyone else is being positive, then you end up in a trap of stuff. Ralphie. So yeah, if anyone's going to talk about anything, he's walking into the green screen. He's just broken the green screen. He's just ripped it apart. Come here. Come here. There he is. Look at him, the little shit. He totally missed that I've thrown one there. Right, Ralph, you can go round it. That's the thing you broke. Go back round there then. Go sit on the sofa. Do you want me to make room? Right, what are you doing? Sorry about this. Here you go. Come up. Come up. He's not. Sorry about the the Ralph distraction then. Ralph, go the other side. Go that side. Fuck's sake. But yeah, happy birthday, Yara. So yeah, I worry about stuff like that. So if anyone's gonna come on and talk, don't do it again. If anyone's going to come on and talk about something they've talked about in someone's mental health part of a Discord, like even Pips or I know Ad's got a section, and I'm not having to go at anyone who's got a mental health part of their Discord. It's okay if that works for you, and if you're happy that that it's in the right way, that's totally okay. It's my decision for my Discord to not have one. Look, now this is an example of me now panicking over something I've said. Prevs, I really appreciate that. Thank you. Yeah. For me, like I talked about this quite a few times. I'm not the best at talking about stuff. Because for me, when I talk about stuff, it's like that. It's.
Oh, I don't want anybody else. When I think about you, I touch myself. Oh, I don't want anybody else. When I think about Taff, I touch myself. I touch myself.
Right, there you go. We got that out of the way. I just gave Ralph some treats to get him on the sofa. And he's immediately jumped off the sofa. By the way, anyone who wants to enter the tea giveaway, we're going to give away £20 Bird and Blend voucher today. It is Brew Monday. This is at the top. I've got a tea. I'm still daddy. I've got a cup of tea. Let me know what you're drinking if you're drinking. Exclamation mark giveaway for details. Use the channel points. Channel points is 1 point, so it doesn't cost anything. You literally have to be in here for like a matter of seconds. And then there's the other giveaway, is the monthly giveaway, which is only for a tenner. But yeah, if you do the Brew Monday, we'll try and remind you every now and again. I'm drinking butter brew. And thank you for anyone who like did some nice comments while we were doing the bit with Rach. Sorry that I wasn't able to like talk about everything. Prevs, do you know, right? I offered this to G-Burb once, and G-Burb turned me down. A new competitor has entered the arena. Do you want this, Prevs? This is just for Prevs. If you want a Dead by Daylight entity pot, I've got 3 of them. I bought them because I was gonna give some away, and I've never done a giveaway for it. I've got some Dead by Daylight tea and some Dead by Daylight coffee. But this is the Entity, which is a strawberry green tea. But I've got 3. G turned it down. It might be because G was like, G was worried about like people getting your address and stuff. I can totally understand that, because obviously you'd have to give me your address for me to send this to you. Or maybe G just doesn't like tea. But if you want it, Prevs, this is yours. Just drop me a message. It's up to you. Anyway, that was me just giving Prev something there. Sorry about that, anyone else who's watching. Yeah. This is so I think I've been meaning to say to you for a while, Prevs, and I just keep forgetting. Bootstrap giveaway. No, because we've still got one to do a giveaway with. But I feel like I can't do a giveaway of a tea for Dead by Daylight until I'm playing Dead by Daylight. And I haven't played Dead by Daylight in ages. So I can't really do a giveaway for tea from Dead by Daylight when I'm not playing DBD. But we got coffee from him as well. So we got Dead by Daylight Trial Grounds coffee. And I've never done the giveaway for that either. Just because we haven't really played DBD in a while. I'll get back into it. When I come back, I'll get back into it. Yeah. To talk a little bit about my mental health, like I say, like I struggle with, I don't so much struggle with talking about things. I struggle with listening more than anything else. I've gone through therapy. When Rach went to therapy, I started going to therapy at around the same time. I ended up switching therapists. And part of the reason that I switched therapists was because one day my therapist said to me, I was talking about how I have imposter syndrome and that I don't, that I find it hard to deal with people giving me compliments, and that when people say nice things about me, that I think that there must be another reason behind what they say, and that I'm not really good at taking compliments at all. Like, and when people say they like me, I'm like, well, do they like me just because I'm a streamer and they can access something because I'm a streamer, or is it because they know that I've got a bit of money and they think that they want to be friends with me because I've got a bit of money? And, or, you know, I can't stop thinking that there's other reasons behind stuff. And so my therapist at the time then said, well, I think you're a good person. So what does that make you think? And I was like, well, we've talked for like 2 hours. Like, and I think I even said to this directly to him. I was like, we've talked for 2 hours. I could have murdered someone and you wouldn't know about it unless I told you. But you're telling me that you think I'm a good person. And it was like the instant that he said that he thought I was a good person, I lost all respect for him because I didn't believe him. And so I ended up going to a different therapist then for a while. It was kind of it was a walk-in therapy. So it was a good way to get out of the house as well, and we would go and do a walk and talk about stuff. And I just found I wasn't really getting the results as much. I think that's the thing with this, is like different methods work for different people, and there's not one method. It's like Rach said with her being on the pills. There's even like so many different pills that work for different people, and different people's bodies react in different ways to the different kind of pills that you take. It can be strange. Rach has had it where one of the pills she was on at one point, her libido completely went, and that was weird. So, there's not like with mental health stuff, there's not like an answer that works for everyone. And there's no like kind of cheat code or easy solution to all this. like I haven't found my answer. I talk about this all the time. Sometimes I end a stream and it's been an amazing stream and I like will have a breakdown. There's other times I've had breakdowns on stream, and I've talked about this as like a joke, but like there's been times where like I've kind of you've been kind of witness to me really struggling with stuff. And it's hard because like I find this streaming has been both a boost and at times a detriment to my mental health, because at times like now I'm able to talk about this right now and I'm able to get out some things, and you'll probably notice my eyes are going all over the place, and it's kind of because like I don't want to kind of look at chat so much. I don't want to like see certain things being said that I'm like that'll like kind of put me off. But it's like it's good that I've got a spot that I can do this, and I can take this time to like be like honest and open and stuff with you. But yeah, having the ability to do this is great. It's also difficult. Like you can kind of go through, and I'm probably like one of the worst for doing this, but like sometimes you'll hear people say stuff on stream and you'll be like, you know, like personally I've stopped making jokes about Ad being a Tory completely, because it got to the point where it doesn't feel like a nice joke anymore. It doesn't feel like you know, it got to the point where it's like it feels like it's getting a bit personal. And like that's not to say that like, you know, if I was in a bar with him and we all ordered orange squash and Ad ordered an Orangina, would I make an off the cuff remark then? Yeah, but I'm also not going to make one every single moment at every time that he does something, ever. Because, you know, and that's the thing. I'm very susceptible to being the person who makes a joke about everything. And it's one of those things that I've been constantly trying to work on for like probably about 20 years now. I think humor has got like to be such a self-defense mechanism for me, is the like, if I can make the joke first, somebody else can't make it, and I can't feel worried about it. Is Carlo okay? But yeah, like I'm very self-deprecating because I got bullied through school. I went through, I don't know, I know where like I put down the roots to what happened. What's an Orangina? Orangina is like a fancy drink. It's not even that fancy Orangina, is it? How do you not know Orangina? Yeah, French holidays. That's what I mean. It's like, I can't believe I'm having to bring up Orangina on. Orangina. Orangina. It's in a fancy bottle. It's just my way of saying like, if we're all having orange squash and you're having an Orangina, I might make fun of you. But yeah, I put like a lot of stuff down to I think in recent years, like I found that in my head I often like say, oh well, I failed my A levels because of this, well, I didn't fail them, but I didn't do as well in my A levels because of this. I didn't do as well as uni because of this. I think as I've got older, I've kind of gone, they're not as much to blame as you think they were. Part of this is because you didn't work as hard and that you could have worked harder. And weirdly, like my bullying stuff always comes down to I missed one day of school, and we never used to miss school. And when I was in junior school, we went on holiday, and it was one of the few times that we ever missed a day of school because of holiday. And when I missed the day of school, it was the day that in my school they asked people to put down which kids they were friends with, and because we were going up to the big school where all the different schools in the area would amalgamate into one school, so they'd put you into different classes. Part of that was based on your ability, and part of that was based on your friendship group. The ability was far greater than the friendship group stuff. But like 7-2 was the top class, and I got put into 7-3. And the people that I thought were my friends went into 7-2. And the people I went into 7-3 with from my school, I didn't know at all. So I went into a class with three or four people from my school who I didn't really know. And then another like 26 people from other schools in all the area around us who I didn't know as well. So I think immediately when I went up to that school, I kind of felt like an outsider instantly. And I went from being quite a popular kid, I would say, in junior school to being like the outcast straight away. And I very much got bullied pretty much from like that 14-year-old age up until like I left school and went to university. And like someone asked me the other day in stream, they said, why do you live in Manchester? When I got to choose universities, I chose places far away from Wales because I got bullied for like 5 or 6 years and I didn't want to be around Wales anymore. Yeah, it would be that thing of like I had friends and then they wouldn't, I would hear them saying stuff about me and stuff, and it really dumped my confidence and stuff. Nobody really, like, I remember being on a train one day and someone coming up to me, and it was a train from Cardiff to Ustrad, and I was on the train and someone came up to me on the train. I was with one friend who we'd gone to Cardiff together to go to the shops, and someone came up to me and said on the train and said, oh, so and so is going to beat you up when you get off the train. And I was like, why? And they were like, he just wants to beat someone up. And I was like, but why me? Like, what have I done? Have I done something? Like, and he was like, no, he just wants to beat someone up. And I was like, my friend was there, and I was like, my friend was going off at a different stop to me. And I was like, I don't know what to do. Do I get off at your stop instead? Do I like... And I ended up getting off the stop, and this kid just attacked me and beat me up. And I remember I managed to get away, and I ran, and there was a woman just walking along the road with a trolley, like one of those, like, you know, old lady trolleys. And I just ran up to her, and I was in tears, and I asked her, could I use her phone to ring my dad? So we went back to her house, and I rang my dad, and he came and picked me up. And I was like, that was what it felt like at school. Like, it felt like there could be any day where someone decides they just want to pick on me or beat me up, and there'd be no real rhyme or reason to it. And that really like knocked my confidence and the way that I felt about stuff. And yeah. So I think personality wise, I don't think I have the best personality, because I think that it comes down to stuff like that happened, that I've maybe got these defenses in place that don't always allow people in as well, and maybe don't allow me to be as in with people as I should. Like, some people will say things and like even some of the messages that have been in chat in the last, like, since we started today, like when I tweeted the other day about I'm looking in the mirror and trying to tell myself that I'm a good streamer and believe in it, that's true. Like, there's times where I go, I'm really good streamer, I'm good at what I do, I'm all right at this, I do good. And then there's other times where I'm like, I'm just not I'm just not good at this. I should stop doing this. Like, nobody wants to watch me. Why would you want to watch me? I'm shit. Like, and it's such a ride of the waves. That's what I always say. It's the waves, and that's your mental health journey. Sometimes is that you'll go up, and then you'll come crashing down sometimes, and then you'll be up again, and you sometimes don't know what's gonna happen. And for me, like I've tried to be better in recent months at reaching out to people, and sending people a message now and again. And there's no rhyme or reason to this. I'm sure there's some people around who can confirm that, and I'm not asking people to confirm, but there's been some times, like the last few months, where I've just messaged someone saying, "Hey, how are you good? How you doing?" And it's because, like, I'm like, I need to do that more. I need to reach out for people and just say, "Hey." So I don't even know where I'm going with this. It's just blathering. But yeah, that's why for me, like I found the therapy didn't really work for me at the time. I don't know if pills would work. I don't think I'm in a place where I would want to be taking pills at the moment. So I don't know. But you know, it's finding the stuff that works for you. Like, we've started this little thing in the Discord. I don't know if it's going to be a success or not. We started a thing called the Walk-In Podcast Gang. It's a bunch of us we all want to listen to a similar podcast. So I said, hey, like, let's make sure that every week we listen to the same podcast, and then we've got a place to talk about it, and also an excuse to get out and walk. And you don't have to walk. You can just listen to the podcast if you want. You could listen to the podcast while working out. But that's in the Discord now. If you want to join the Discord and go out and try it and get involved, that's up to you. Hello, Dave. Now I've said hello to Div, and there's so many people who've come in and said I haven't said hello to, that now in my head I'm panicking about all the people who I didn't say hello to. Are they going to feel bad that I didn't say hello to them straight away? Is Div now going to feel bad that I've said hello to Div, and now I'm talking about how I said hello to Div, and then I haven't said hello to someone else, and then that's panicking me? You know, who... But yeah, like, I think that's the thing. It's a ride sometimes. Hello, Scar. But yeah, that's the thing, and that's why I think I am open to it, but also, like, I think that's the thing, is sometimes it's hard. So, you know, finding the things that work for you is kind of important. And, like, you know, like we said for Rach, is that like for Rach right now, Rach is in a much better place than she was, but we've talked about the fact that, you know, the amount of stuff that she's got going on at the moment is affecting us as a couple. So we need to work out where we can fit more time for us back in. I just looked over there. Gonna take a picture of this. This is what I've got looking at me right now. Can you see that? That's what I've got staring at me right now. But he's just like, and he's brilliant. Like, I'll be honest, he's great. Like, I think I'm his favorite, but I also annoy him a lot. Like, I'll go over and have a little play fight with him and stuff. But also, like, he's not the cuddliest, but he doesn't mind. Like, I'll see him sometimes sat in a position like that, and I'll just go over and give him a cuddle, and you can tell he gets a bit annoyed by it. But yeah, this is the thing. Like, I think Ad said the other day that for Ad, like doing Ad can tell when he's not been running out and stuff for a little bit. But yeah, I know this is a bit disorganized and stuff. That oh no, getting the little reward of the tick is such a cool thing. Like, I think I've been wanting for a while to start like a thing that I can put on the wall that I can tick off when I've done certain things. And even to the point of making it like really simple, like left the house today, and then I can go and see. Like, I've seen people have these journals where they color in the journals like different colors, like with squares to do that. But like, leave the house today. For a while, there was a time a couple of months ago when I wasn't leaving the house at all. Like, the walking podcast thing is, I mean, that's a given. Can't. Anytime I see you in chat, yeah, I think the problem is that you can go too far with it and you can get obsessed with it, and like you can get to the point where you're like, oh, you know, it's got too much into my head now. But yeah, like I even tried to gamify drinking water at one point. so yeah. I think I've just been talking about nonsense for a while, and I know that we had people who were gonna come and have a little chat. I know Willow, you said you were gonna be busy by about 1:15. Did you want to come and have a little chat for a bit, or not? You're okay if not. I understand, like, if anyone's got busy and wants to is kind of stuck or anything. That's me just unplugging my spare camera so that I can get it working. Yeah, and I think that's the thing, like, being able to tick off things and kind of saying like, okay, this was what was achieved and stuff is just a big thing. Like, I've talked about the fact that I made a joke in Pip's stream the other day, and I said my goal for the year is to get the Pip's friend award, the Pip's friend role in his Discord, and it was kind of a joke, but it was also not a joke in a stupid way, because like it is a joke, because I don't think that I would get the Pip's friend award, because the Pip's friend role, because the Pip's friend role, I think the only people who've got it are like maybe B and 1030, who are people that have talked to Pip a lot more and known Pip for longer than I have. But it's like that thing of like, I think knowing that I was someone's friend, You know, like someone I think it was Ad suggested the other day, like, oh, get Pip and B to do the quiz, and I was like, I'm just worried I'd be annoying, like messaging Pip and B. I struggle enough with messaging like other people. But yeah. Let's see if this is working now. It is working. It's proper booch though. Let me just do something a sec. It's bad the booching has become like... No, I understand, Funkle. It's it's not giving an award, it's giving... It's just a silly Discord role. Doesn't mean anything. I appreciate that, Funkle. It's oh no, there you go. Okay. Willow, if you want to join one of the chats in the Discord, and I can drag you in. I can drag you into the call. If you want to put your webcam on, you can. If you don't have to put your webcam on as well. Don't feel like you need to have your webcam on. Anyone's open to come on and chat. And you don't either way. Hello, Willow.
Hello. Can you hear me?
Yeah, you're a little bit quiet, so I'm just going to boost you. Say hello again.
Hello.
Oh God, you are quiet.
Am I really, really quiet?
Oh, you're better
Is that
there.
better?
That's better. Hello, Willow. How are you doing?
I'm really nervous, Tar.
It's all right. Do you want me to get someone else on at the same time? Would that make you feel better?
Well, it's completely up to you. I'm okay.
Well,
Oh, look at all these lovely people in chat.
Yeah, see,
It's just doing something that's new is always like a huge anxiety thing.
Yeah, it is. It is. I'm not gonna lie. it is. Like I think every time I come on here, like this is like a big stress for me. Like even like looking at I've talked about this before. Like I struggle with the way I look a lot. A lot of the time when you see me, like I'm looking at the webcam right now. I'm looking at where I've got the Discord thing with you. But when you see me look like this, when I'm looking down here, and you can see my eyes are going over this way, that's me looking at me. Because like the whole time, like a lot of the time when I'm streaming, I'm not looking at chat. I'm not looking at like the game and stuff. I'll be looking at me because I'll be like in my head be going, oh, you look really stupid right now, and you look daft, and or your voice sounds stupid, and your laugh is dumb, and like and all of this is going on in my head. And so like I'm always looking at myself to check myself, like to be like, right, is something daft happening now? Have you got like is there like a bogey that's on the end of your nose? If you like spit and there's like spit going down your face. So I totally get, don't feel like worried about being on here. And plus you're on here with a pro. I'll look after you. I'll guide you through it. And if at any point you need to duck or you don't know what to say, just that's okay. And if you see me fiddling with stuff, it's just a pair of trousers for an action figure. And for some reason I've got obsessed at the moment with putting my fingers in them. So that's what I'm doing to distract myself from all of this right now. So yeah.
Can I just say that I think it's really powerful that And I know you don't like, and I'm sorry, because I'm one of the perpetual people who tell you that we all love you and how amazing you are all the time, so apologies, but I'm doing it again. I just think it's really powerful that you're really open with your concerns and not knowing and stuff like that, and this is something I see in this community, is that we're all really similar, and it's so powerful it's almost like it's like a solidarity thing that we all feel empowered by each other's difficulties, which sounds a bit backwards now I've said it out loud, but I'm sure you know what I mean.
Yeah, I think it's always a weird thing of like it's weird sometimes, like opening yourself up and being like, I'm weak. and I know that like being able to say you're weak makes you stronger. But like I've said, like when I went, I always like, I don't know if this was like kind of a very like a lot of you getting involved with this, but I had issues with my backside for a long time that ended up requiring me going to have surgery. I'm just making a bird with my hands. You guys can't see it, but Willow can, and I just realized.
That's beautiful.
I had issues with my backside for a long time that ended up requiring me going to have surgery and having to like I think I was looking at my pictures the other day of like trying to find a specific picture, and there's a folder called bum doctors, and I was like, oh god, like I'd completely forgotten about how big a time that was in my life where like I was having to go to the doctors because of the severe pain that I was having. I wasn't able to sleep, that I was stressing, and I was having to go and sit in a bath for like 2 hours just to feel better. And I was like, that was such a weird time because I talked about that on stream one time and immediately got into a panic about it. And then after the stream, I had messages from like 3 people going like, I'm so glad you talked about that because I've been having similar things. And then it became like a running thing that I would just like be talking about my butt. and it was like, at times it was like weird because it'd be like, there'd be random people in who had not been in before. Like there's a lot of people, Robin said now that they weren't around for when I talked about that. But like, I'd just be talking about the fact that I was going in for butt surgery or that I'd had to go in for a colonoscopy and have a camera shoved up my backside. And I'd be like, this is like super self-conscious because, you know, having to talk about this kind of stuff and then it was like the amount of people who would be like, I've gone to see the doctor about this because I've been having similar things and I'd not thought about what's ended up happening to you. And it wasn't anything serious. I had fissures, and fissures in the butt area are hard to heal because you don't get as much blood flow to your butt as you do to other areas of the body. So it was really weird time, and like you know, I've been pain free for like, you know, I don't know, ever since I had the last surgery, and it's been amazing for me. And like that's the same similar thing with the mental health stuff, is that like I think if I can be open about that the same way I was open about my butt stuff, and like the amount of times that I've cried on stream and then gone off afterwards and felt like, oh, I feel really stupid for that, but also that was really good. So yeah, I appreciate you saying that.
It's like a flaw of society that we all have this inherent thing where we feel like we have to be self-conscious or embarrassed about being human, basically. And for people who don't know, I'm a counsellor, and I'm also a human being with anxiety and CPTSD. And that is like even in the sort of mental health world, that's still a thing that's like, oh, really? And I'm like, well, yeah, really. That's just the realness of it, right? And I think that is a huge thing for me to overcome. And also being genderqueer and just queer in general, all of these sort of like different facets of who I am, all these different parts of me, bringing them sort of together all at once feels like a really scary thing. But if I didn't have all of those parts, then I wouldn't be very much of a human. I'd kind of be a rock, maybe, which would be great, to be honest with you. But I think that it's a sign of our environment and a sign of our society that there's like a collective fear of being real and being messy and being human. And I think that sometimes we all like internalize that and feel like it's something that's wrong with us individually, but I don't think it is. I think it's a sign of our environments and what we're taught, that talking about butt stuff, whichever variety you want to, whichever variety you want to, or talking about anxiety, or talking about overthinking, or talking about being poorly, or whatever it is like this thing that we feel like we shouldn't be doing. And I think that that's the thing with social media and things like that. I think we're always comparing ourselves to a perception of something, like comparing ourselves to what we think a perfect version of ourselves would be and what we perceive as a perfect version of everybody else. But we're all just a bit fucked up, and that's what it means to be human. Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's the thing, is like, I think it's obviously, like Rach mentioned earlier, it's always been a section mental health that gets so like not thought about with regards to the like the NHS and stuff. And it's weird because like you'll often read about such high profile people. I mean, I even listened to a thing with Mike Tyson the other day where he talked about for a while that without boxing he didn't feel like a person. And it's interesting sometimes the conversations that crop up from stuff like this, that like you see these high profile people who are struggling with their mental health, and you think, why does society not shine more of a spotlight on this? I watched the Robbie Williams documentary on Netflix recently, and it's basically Robbie Williams sat watching during his entire career. He pretty much would always have like a video camera around and filming himself and the stuff that was happening around him and kind of the people around him. And it's basically the entire documentary is him watching documentary footage from like back in the day that nothing's ever been done with it. And it was really interesting watching him when he was at the kind of peak of his career, like talking about like, I don't want to watch this next part because I know that the person in this is having a breakdown. And
Yeah,
it's
that's heavy.
it's like crazy to like go back and watch. And I think there's even a part where like you see him with like people around him, and he's doing his big European tour, and he asked the doctor to give him some drugs, and he ends up taking steroids, and you can see there's people who are around him who are trying to tell him, don't do this. And it's such a strange thing to watch, because you think this was a guy who was like, he was at the time the biggest pop star in the country. You know, at the time he was in a very close friendship with one of the Spice Girls that, you know, were two of the most famous people on the planet. And he talks about like how at one point a member of the press told him that the reason they were always at locations where he would be with Jerry Halliwell was because Jerry Halliwell was telling him that. And he was like, look, now I don't believe that at all, but at the time, like, I believed that, and it ruined my friendship with Jerry. And you're like, this is crazy to think that like there's a person who was like one of the most famous people in the world who was going through this, and you think, why do people not shine a spotlight on this more? And it's kind of like a kind of you know, people are afraid to sometimes, and it's hard.
I think capitalism has a lot to answer for as well. I think that there's a lot of like we're sold this illusion, this like myth of what a happy life is and what happiness looks like and what your life could be if you just had this or did this, and like the perfect thing, it's a myth. And it's the same with body image. So when I was a teenager, I had a eating disorder that nobody really, even myself, really like knew about. It was never diagnosed. It was only when I went to therapy in my late 20s that I realized the sort of the residue of that was still hanging over me, and I was kind of like, oh my goodness. And I started to look at magazines that I would have read back then, and
Yeah.
media, and I think it's still probably just as bad now. And I kind of thought, well, no wonder if I was taking on board all of these things about what I thought I should be and what I thought I should look like and what I thought should make me happy, and I was never able to meet all of those things. You're constantly being set up for failure. It's like we're told that there's a perfect way or one right way of being, and it just doesn't exist.
Yeah. I think that's part of, like, I often have, and this is something that even as I'm about to say it, I'm regretting saying it, but we're in a very good financial position that gives me a lot of guilt over stuff. Because then I stress, sometimes, like when someone in chat will make a joke or when I make a joke about it, and I'm like, God, if someone is coming in here for the first time and they might think that I'm stuck up and stuff, like Fluffy said, money doesn't bring you happiness. Money makes certain stuff easier, but like I had a really difficult time at first, like going out and like even going out with friends and then like people that I've met since we've been okay financially. I'm like, are they friends with me because I've got money? Are they only talking to me because I've got money? Even like with streaming, sometimes I'm like, oh, is it because I dropped some gift subs in the channel and then they think of that? Like I think it brings on different things, and like I'm not saying I'm in no way saying that, oh, someone who's got money is finding it just as difficult as someone who doesn't have money, because it's very, very different. And I think it does. Money to a point does bring up happiness. I think money makes things easier. Fluffy. I think money makes certain things easier. Because it gives you a freedom that people without. But it's just a completely different set of problems. I mean, it's just such a difficult thing, really. And I don't think that it's any better. Is kind of what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. And I think even that in itself, the way that we're all like collectively talking about it, kind of makes it sound like there's this like a utopian space where if you've got the right amount of stuff, then you're going to be fine. And it just doesn't. Life is messy and just doesn't work like that, right?
Yeah.
And I think that so you can disconnect whenever you want if I'm going to say something that you don't want to answer, but I think I said something to you not so long ago where you were like, something along the lines of, I shouldn't be praised for what it is that I do because like I'm just doing this and raising money for charity. And I said to you, well, yeah, you're doing it. That's the difference.
Yeah.
Right? That's the thing to be praised for. And it's interesting to hear you talk about how self-depreciation is like a defense mechanism for you, because I also know at the exact same time you take a lot of pride in the stuff that you do for charity, and you take a lot of pride in your streams and the work that you do. And I think my objective in saying this is to sort of demonstrate that two completely opposite emotions and thoughts can exist at the exact same time.
Yeah.
And it's not like all wholly good or all wholly bad. It's messy, right? Like you feel pride about that, but it also feels icky for you sometimes. Is that right?
Yeah, it's weird because it's like it's like there's times where like I've said, like just over on the left here, up here, I've got certificates that I framed some of them where they've from the charities saying like you raise this amount for you, because I find them like a real source of like being able to look at and going, you did something here, you made a difference, you did your bit. But also like when people say it, I'm like, I don't want to be the I don't want to get praise that I worry is unwarranted, because like, yeah, it's just that balance in your head of going, it's like, it's, oh god, sorry, that's Ralph barking behind me. Oh, he's barking because there's someone at the door. Just 2 secs. Thanks, Ralph, for being my alarm. Yeah, it's that difficult balance of being like, oh, you've done good, and I want to feel good about doing good, but then also like in the same way that even today, pre-stream, I saw someone tweeting about recommending creators for a campaign that they're looking to do. And I replied to it with, "Oh, hey, look, I would recommend these people," and I recommended Ad and G-Burb and Cutter, and said like, you know, wrote a little thing about each of them and said about what I enjoy about their streaming. And then I was like, I should have said something about me as well. So I went back and I put, oh, and also I stream as well, but I'm not as good as those three. And then straight away, like afterwards, I was like, why did you put that you weren't as good as them? And like you're good in different ways. It doesn't have to be like, you can't compare yourself. Like, if I can't go running and compare myself to everyone else who runs. It's about how well I do on the day that I run, and you know, I can't like, if I do art later with John and I start comparing my art to John, I'm gonna be down on myself and being like, oh no, the art's not so good as John's. You know, like it's not about that, because there's so much more that comes into it. And yeah, I do find it, that balance of complimenting while also feeling proud of how I'm doing is like I did an interview with someone this week, which again is one of those things, like, if anyone ever needs any help with anything, like if anyone needs assistance or is out there wanting to find out about streaming and wanting to find out about anything I do, like, you can drop me a message. And I got a message from someone recently who messaged me and asked me about charity streaming, and they don't even watch the stream. They'd found me through searching on Twitch, but they're doing their dissertation. They asked me to help out with some questions, and I ended up having a 2-hour conversation with them about it, and talking about charity streaming and stuff. And then they've messaged me a few times since, and like the last message I got from them was like, thanks for the prompt answer as always, and a little smiley face. And I'm like, that's really nice, because I've given them so much information that there's no benefit to me. They don't even watch the streams. They don't even know. But like, they came to me and said like, I need help with this. Can you help? And I was like, yeah, I can help. And I've gone out of my way to like have a 2-hour conversation with them and then give them all the information and help them. And so like stuff like that, I'm like, no, you are all right. But then on the other side, I've just talked about that now, so now that looks like I've only done it for looking good.
No, it doesn't.
so yeah, like
It's about perspective, isn't it? Like, when you were talking about being bullied before, it reminded me of when I went up into high school, and I had, I'm going to use the word challenging. I had a challenging childhood, shall we say. And I had a best friend who I'd known since I was born. We were like 20 days apart, and our parents were friends. And when we went up into high school, she had a conversation with me. And she was like, look, I know that we're best friends, but this is who I want to be now, and you don't fit that. And I was like, what? Like, I just hadn't really thought about these things. And she was like, we're going into a big school, there's going to be loads of people there, I want to be cooler, and you're too weird, basically. And that absolutely destroyed me. It broke my heart, and I was so lost after that. But it's all about perspective, because when I think about that little sort of like 10-year-old me,
yeah,
who was a little weirdo, like, it'll be no surprise to anybody who knows me. My perspective now is I'm so sorry for her.
Yeah.
That she felt like she had to shed herself of all these things that made her who she was. And I'm so proud of little anxiety me, who was like, but I do love moss. I was so proud of little me.
Do you still
to
love
not.
moths?
Yeah, and I'm allergic to it, Taff.
Well,
how rude is that?
Let's go. Have you been to Manchester Museum?
When I was younger, yeah.
So Manchester Museum's got like a cool kind of like taxidermy section. It's not really taxidermy, but there's like a whole like butterfly and moths display.
Oh,
so
you're talking about moths, M-O-T-H.
Oh, what
and
are you
talking about moss, M-O-S-S, but
moss?
I want both of them equally, and let us go to the museum together, please.
You're talking about moss?
Yeah.
I thought you were saying moths.
But also, I can go down the moth route. But yeah, what I was trying to say is basically it's your perspective.
Thanks,
right?
Khan.
Like,
Thanks, Khan. Khan did think moths as well. So I'm glad I wasn't the only one, because chat have really given me a pasting over the moss thing now. Sorry.
Why not both? See, Ironic Sparkles has got it. Why not both?
Sorry, I interrupted you.
You're fine. It's about, what I was trying to say is that it's about your perspective, right? Like, my perspective on little me then was, like, although at the time I felt like a mess and a weirdo and that I was never going to have friends again and all of this stuff, and I'm sure that some of those things are still sat with me. My perspective now is what a little legend 10-year-old me was to be like, well, I'm going to carry on scuttling around the forest and collecting twigs and stuff, and you go try be cool with all the popular kids, and now I feel sad for her instead of angry at her, because she felt like she had to shed herself of all that stuff too. And it's that thing, like I was saying before, like there's not one right way of being, and there's not one perspective that is the best way or the perfect way of being human. And I guess we've all just got to try and figure out with curiosity, like, our little evolutions of ourselves along the way.
I think it reminds me of when I went to uni, as I said, like I got kind of bullied through school, and so like going to university was like a massive thing for me of like I chose Huddersfield as like a second choice, and I didn't get the grades that I should have, and so I ended up at Huddersfield rather than Manchester. And I'll always remember, like, my mum and dad drove me up to Huddersfield to like drop me off, and I was in a shared accommodation with 7 people that I didn't know, and I remember like my mum and dad had split up at the time, and they came up together in the car to take me up there, and I remember always just like worrying about that car journey home where they were going to be in the car together, and they'd been split up for a while at that point. And I remember being in the room, and it was like a tiny room that was probably only as big as like my streaming area here now, and the hearing people in the kitchen, and like kind of gearing myself up to go up there, because I was like, this is my first impression of these people who I'm going to be living with for the next year, and like walking up there and being like, you know, hi, I'm Chris, and all this, and like, and them just saying like, we're going out for a drink at the student union later at like 7 o'clock, if you fancy it, and me being like, yeah, I'll be up for that. And then going back to my room and being like to my mum and dad, I went and talked to them, and they were really nice and stuff. And then my mum and dad leaving, and it being like about, you know, probably about 3 o'clock at that point. And then basically sitting on the edge of my bed for 4 hours, waiting until 7 o'clock came, because I was like so nervous about,
like frozen in it.
Yeah, like that this was going to be my first impression, and these were going to be people who didn't know, you know, the guy who'd got bullied for like 4 or 5 years at this point, and they were going to just meet the new guy. And that was where Billy, that was where I started being called Chris. And I've told this story, it's Taff, and this is where I've told that story before, is that weirdly in the house there were 2 Daves and there were 2 Andys, and so at one point we decided everyone had to have a nickname to change it, and I was the last to get a nickname, and then one of the guys went, well, you're just a Taffy, you're a Taff. And I was like, yeah, I'll take that. And so I got stuck with that for all of uni. Everyone used to call me Taff, and then when I left uni, I was like, oh, I'll go back to being Chris again now. This will be, you know, I'll be Chris now at my first job. And I went into my first job, and within like the first week, I think I was playing table tennis with someone during lunch break, and they went, oh, you're a Taff, I'm going to call you Taff. And I was like, for fuck's sake, I'm not going to get away from this. So I kind of embraced it now. And sometimes I introduce myself to people, and I'm like, oh, I'm Chris, but everyone calls me Taff. And I'm like, don't do that, just say you're Chris. And then I'm like, everyone knows me as Taff, it doesn't really bother me.
Do you like it?
Yeah, I quite like it, because it sometimes feels like that's like the kind of, that was like the fresh start in a way, in that like I can understand why, like, you know, when people change their name and they or, you know, when people go through I guess through like something like transition and stuff, and I'm not really comparing myself to that, but it was kind of like the Chris era to the Taff era. And like Rachel sometimes called me Taff as well. Like she calls me Chris sometimes, she calls me Taff sometimes, and it's, you know, it's interchangeable. It doesn't really bother me, but it's quite nice that like that felt like a different era in stuff, if that makes sense.
I get that. So my IRL name is not Willow, but I have always written and gamed and sort of thought of my like inner self as Willow. So when I started engaging more on Twitch and started to like came out of lurk and started to actually talk in chats and stuff, having people refer to me as Willow was like, oh my goodness me, what is happening? And then quite a few of you, I'm sure, will know Fluffy came to stay not so long ago. It was so great having them here, and they know me as Willow, of course. And now I've sort of come to the realization that Willow is it's like my authentic self that I guess when I was younger I tried to hide, and I imagine at some point in the future I probably will change my name to Willow. I was named after my dad's mum, who sadly I never met because she passed before I was born, and my dad's got dementia, so I don't want to distress him.
Mm-hmm.
But at some point in the future I definitely will be Willow, and I've in my like circles of not on Twitch and not in Discord friendship groups, I've asked them if they wouldn't mind started calling me Willow, and it's really been a kind of like an emerging process for me. It feels really, really nice, but it was so it was such a strange experience when Fluffy came to stay, because my housemate here I've been friends with since high school, and they know that I go by Willow online and in my writing and everything like that. But it was so weird to be called, this isn't doxing because it's on my social media, but my IRL name is Joanne. So to be called Joanne 1 second and Willow the next minute was so confusing, but it feels really nice. And I don't have a problem with Joanne, but it felt really, I don't know, it was like a warm, nice, cuddly type feeling to be called Willow out loud, not just sort of like online or hidden in a sense.
Yeah, I get what you mean, because I know I've had friends who have like kind of changed their names, and like not for like reasons that, because I think that's the thing, is it's weird that like that changing your name is like not a thing that people necessarily do that much, and it's often kind of seen as like, oh, it's something that you do if you're transitioning or something like that, rather than being something that is open to. But like a name is kind of your identity, and to be able to control your own identity is like really important, I think. So yes, it's cool that don't worry about Robin. I've got enough love for Joanne for both me and Willow. But yeah, it's like, it's strange how much of a difference it felt to, like, I know for my friend when he changed his name, and it was just kind of like, for him it was like to kind of move on and move on from his name, and yeah, like, if that, I was just smiling the entire time he talked about all that stuff, because I thought it was dead sweet. So
thank you.
I also learnt so many real names for the London gig was, and then I forgot them all. So if I see any of you, I'll just refer to you as you use names, because I'm not good with remembering stuff. I'm not going to call Booch his real name.
I'm going to have to dash shortly, but there is something that I wanted to say. Well, there's a few things. One, we just want to love you, Taff. And we do anyway, regardless of what you say or do about it. Moving on swiftly. If anybody wants any help in, just off the back of what Rach was saying before, how hard it is to sort of get therapy, there are a lot of organizations in the charity sector that are able to offer short-term therapy. There are a lot of things or therapist organizations that offer reduced rates, and if anybody wants at any point in time, now or in the future, some support with trying to see what help they can get, I'm just a DM away. Happy to help you try and find help. It's all different in different sort of like postcodes and areas, and I probably won't have much stuff knowledge wise for like international things, but if anybody wants any support with that, or any support about just talking about what it means to go to therapy and the fact that it's pretty much on the whole terrifying, then I'm here for it. My DMs are open, and I'll always try to help or find someone who can help if I can't. Yeah.
Appreciate that. Yeah, I really enjoyed getting a chance to talk to you and stuff in London. And it's nice that everyone's got a chance to hear from you here, because I've said this to you before, like I think you're one of the underappreciated members of the community, and I think like yeah, we all I think we all appreciate you, but I think people don't realize like how important people like you are in the community sometimes. So yeah, I thank you for coming on and talking about this. Fluffy, I think people don't know Willow as well as some of us do, and that's the thing. So it's nice that you've all got a chance to hear from Willow today, and yeah, thank you for coming on.
Thanks, Taff. I know you've been trying to get me on stream for a while, and I know I keep backing out for one reason or another, but it's just that it's so nerve-wracking. But now I've done it, I feel like it's not as scary as I thought.
I like getting new people on because I like to throw a little bit of a spotlight on people, and it's a good excuse to get to hang out with a person, because like it's easier for me to go, hey, do you want to come on stream for a bit, than go, hey, do you want to just hang out for a bit? Because then if you say no to coming on stream, then it's like, it's okay, it's because it was the stream thing. Whereas if I say, do you want to hang out for a bit, and you say no, I'm like, oh no, it's me. So yeah, if you do ever want to hang out, and yeah, I will invite you to the zoo again sometime. And let's go
to the museum and the zoo and do all the things.
Yeah, the museum has got the T-Rex as well, the T-Rex bones. So that's one of Jack's favorite places to go. So yeah, I will let you know. But yeah, all the love for Willow in chat. Thank you.
Much, chat.
I know you've got
you
meetings to go to and stuff, so I'll let you go.
Okay, see you around. Thank
Bye.
you, everybody. Love you so much. How do I leave?
Like that. And that was Willow. Yeah. Willow's lovely. But yeah, sorry, John. I realized that I said to you about drawing. It's like we're about halfway through, so I'm doing all right. It's just streams like this, I don't know how they're gonna go or what it's gonna be like. It's I've stressed about this the last few days because, like I said at the start, like I don't feel like I'm the best person to have this discussion, and so it's nice to get people on that can talk about stuff. Why? Because I'm not the best at helping myself, and so it's a difficult subject. Like I said earlier, like I really appreciate like having people like Willow and Bee and Pickle Bee who like will put the stuff on Instagram and share things and post things that I can go and like I can look and I can read. And I know that like, this is going to sound like I'm slagging things off now, but I'm definitely not. That I know that I'll see Pickle Bee's story on Instagram, and I'll be clicking through my stories, and then I'll get to like Pickle Bee's, and there'll be like 5 or 6, and I'll be like, I know this 5 or 6 are going to be all important stuff. Whereas the person before, it was just pictures of their dog. And then the person before that, it was just pictures of them in a mirror. And I'll be like, oh, there's like 5 or 6 now. And I know this is going to be important stuff. And sometimes I will skip over it because I'm like, I'm not in the headspace to read all this stuff now. I just want to look at pictures of someone's dog. And then other times I'll be like, oh shit, like I've never thought about that. And then I'll read the next one and I'll be like, oh wow, that's happening right now, and I haven't heard anything about this, and I didn't know about this. And then I'll read the next one and it'll be like, oh, wow, like that's happening to that group of people and nobody's talking about it. And this is where I love having those kind of people in the community that I know they're much better at sharing and talking about this kind of stuff than someone like me. So yeah, more pictures are coming. Also, look at this. Is annoying me now. This little more pictures of Clem, less pictures of Clem. I hate Clem. David, she's gonna bite your toes. I hope so. That's my kink. It's not my kink. It's not my kink. Imagine like I don't normally publicize my my streams and stuff in the like Samaritan section. But I publicized this one in the Samaritan section. Imagine if they're watching now. Like, I worry about all the times that we get people from the charities come in and see me doing stuff. I think what I'm going to do is, it is Brew Monday. Exclamation mark giveaway is the details for the quiz. For the prize draw. If you want to enter our prize draw, you can win a £20 Bird and Blend voucher. There's a channel point redemption in the channel points. It costs 1 point to enter. You can enter it right now. You can only do it once, and we're going to make the draw at some point. Alzheimer's research feeling for your meltdown. You can only enter once per stream, and we'll do the giveaway at some point. I don't know when exactly. We haven't got T's and C's for this one. I should have T's and C's. I'm just going to send you a voucher. What more do you want? I'm just going to get myself another brew. Because it is Brew Monday. So if you haven't and you've got to, make sure you've taken your meds. Estrian, thank you for the £65. Thank you so much. That's £700 raised through the Twitch extension.
Oh, look, someone new. Okay, question for you. What's the weirdest thing
you,
that you would
Estra.
like to know more about, but are too afraid to look it up?
£700 raised through the Twitch extension, and £1,266 through the thing. That means we're at £1,966. This wasn't even like a big like money thing. Bird and Blend are excellent. I should have got in touch with Bird and Blend and asked them to give me something to give away during the stream. It was stupid of me, but again, it's that panic of doing this. I'm gonna go and get myself a brew. I'm gonna go and pick something from my collection of teas. I'm not gonna be long. Thank you so
a gift
much.
sub for me?
Any
Thank you.
money we get from subs also goes to the charity, and it goes when we get paid out to whoever the charity is that we're supporting at the time. So the money from that sub will probably end up going for our next charity that we're dealing with. I'm going to be right back. And David, if you want to join one of the chats and we can have a chat. As I said before, you don't have to have your camera on. If you want to have your camera on, you can. But it's totally up to you. We can chat just like I did with Willow. It's totally up to you. Don't put it on though when you get into the thing, because it'll go off when I drag you into the stream audio. I will be right back. We're gonna get a tea, and I'll be back in a second. See you in a sec.
Taff! There's a load of gift subs! Ooh, we've got a subscription.
Hey, a gift sub for me? Thank you. Hello. Sorry, I went to try and sort some stuff out. I just realised as well I had some packages arrive. Been buying myself some action figures. Doc Ock from Spider-Man 2, which looks really cool. And then these Roger Rabbit figures arrived, which I was really confused because I didn't realise they did like a second wave.
Ooh,
So
we've got a subscription.
I've got this one of Roger Rabbit with his head in a heart, his ears in a heart. And then this one, which I think is really funny, is Eddie Valiant, who's obviously Bob Hoskins, but they've had to cover his face on the packaging. I'm guessing for reasons of like his image rights or something. But really, really cool. And then also these. I got a bit sad the other day and bought myself lots of action figures, all right? I got a bit sad and bought myself action figures. That's what I do as a coping strategy. Thank you, Mino, for the sub. Which tea is my favourite? Eaten Mess is one of my favourites. It's like a fruity tea, and you can also cold brew it. I had cherry cola bottles the other day, and that's really good as well. If I'm going for a black tea, I tend to go for butter brew or chocolate digestives. This tea right here, this is Jammy Dodgers tea, which tastes a bit like the biscuits. And this is my special tea thing where I let it brew for. Look at this merch. I don't really publicize the merch, but there is merch. Look at that. It says Taff on the side. It's got Ralph on it. Got a small fortune in Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle figures. I don't even have the merch link. Look, I don't even have the merch link. Yeah, there's like Ralph mug. There is like a little tea quiz that you can do. Chinder's got one, look. Chinder's got one. Any pins? I do have the Ralph pin. If you do a donation to the charity, I can just send you a Ralph pin. They're not enamel pins. They're plastic. Where the fuck are they? they're plastic. But if you do a donation to the charity of like a £5 and send me your address, there's one, look. Little enamel pins. So they're plastic, but they're quite cool. And they've got like a little protective cover on them. So make sure to peel it off, because it's to stop it getting scratched. So you can see that one looks a bit scratched, but there is a little thing. And obviously, anytime as well, if anyone ever wants stickers, I need to set up a proper thing for this. But if you ever want Big Taff stickers, I've got like a little set of like 6 stickers. And if you're a sub, you can ask me for a pack of stickers at any point. You just have to send me your address and I'll send you Big Taff stickers. I can't see any of them here though. There's one. There's a glittery Big Taff man. No, if you're a sub, you can have a pack of stickers for free. Mino, you are in Streamhaven now. You now is a gift sub. Well, feel free to just make a little donation to charity, and it doesn't have to be anything significant, like a couple of quid, and then yeah, the desk mats are cool. I don't have a desk mat here right now, but I used to have the desk mat because I got a new desk, so I haven't I will say, like, the stuff is all on the minimum that I can make from it. So there's no real profit in any of the merch for me. It's just that it's all to just be for charity. But yeah. I've got 2 of the desk mats upstairs. But yeah. I haven't brought them downstairs since I got the new desk. But the desk mat's cool. It's not as big as it should be, but yeah. Right. Anyway, David and Robin are both waiting. David, why is Robin here?
Do you want Robin as well?
I hate Robin. I haven't brought him in yet, so they can't hear this bit.
All right.
I better bring him in then.
It's up to you.
And we've got the lovely Robin here as well. Oh God.
You are.
What?
I mean, positive things.
There you go. If I wanted someone on to stop giving me compliments, I could always rely on Robin. Thank you, Robin.
I seem like that.
Thank you, Robin.
I'm nice.
Thank you, Robin.
Sorry, we're talking about Baldur's Gate and the fact that
Spoilers.
No spoilers, but
Yeah, it's not so much spoilers. It's Robin somehow managed to miss most of the party members.
What?
I don't know how.
let's say I'm in the Underdark right now, and I've only met Shadowheart and Asterion. So
How'd you miss Lae'zel?
Oh, Gale.
I can't remember how you meet Gale, but I remember how you meet Lae'zel. My Discord's been really quiet today, Emily.
I think we are quite quiet out of the people you have on stream, to be fair.
I can boost mine a bit if you want.
Yeah. Thank you, Prevs and Billy and Pickle Bee for the donations, by the way. £725, which means we are obviously we have the 2 donations going. We have the Tiltify link, which ! charity, and then we also have the Twitch one as well. Could you have some stickers too? Yeah, you have to. Thank you, Sparkles, for buying a mug. £13.62. now I'm like, oh God, have I priced the stuff right? I don't know if I mentioned this before, but one time I priced all the stuff for the merch, and then I realized that every time someone bought something, the merch store was charging me because I charged it under the profit level, and I was like, what? How have you allowed me to do that? Like, how have you allowed me to price it cheaper than what it costs? But yeah. Thank you, Sparkle. I will send that, but you have to send. You can send me your address, but also the thing with Fourth Wall that nobody ever tells you, which is like I am kind of like cautious with it, is that the streamer can see, the person whose store is can see your order details. They can see your address, delivery details, and they can't see like the payment details or anything, but they can see your address details. And I always like to be open with that because I know some people don't like to give people their addresses or real names and stuff. And I know that you're comfortable with that, but there might be other people in chat who are not. And that's just something to be aware of if you ever buy something from Fourth Wall. I don't think everybody always says that, but yeah. Anyway, Robin's playing Baldur's Gate and missing half of the people in it. Also, yeah,
Impressive.
you are hearing Ren, because Robin only does one voice.
Hey, that's not true. That's not true, right? Listen, I've got an American accent now that I did on a Red M server for a good few months.
And
You'll never hear it.
and
You'll
yeah,
never hear it again, but it's there.
you are just hearing Kennedy. David does other voices, but when it's easy, he'll just do Kennedy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's much easier.
And then there's me who's criticizing both of them for their lack of voices. When this week on Stream Haven, I had to say to the people in the game, I don't remember what my character sounds like, and someone just said Ralph. I was like, yeah, he does sound like Ralph, and then also when he gets confident and is trying to put on a persona, he sounds like RK. So I can do two voices.
You've got three though, because there's also Sven.
Sven.
Who's also your murder mystery doctor as well.
The Sven is actually a different person who's not here at the moment. And also I will preface that, and David's referencing here a bunch of people who played in Quiet City and some other people as well. We played like a murder mystery game together, where we played we all got given roles, and it was really fun, and it'd be fun to do that again sometime, or do it with different people. But I got messaged to say by Jaffa to say, I've given you this character because you could do Sven. So I just want to say that was Jaffa who put that in my head and said you can be Sven for this. So I was like, well, if that's what the people want, that's what the people are gonna get. So
it's very good.
Not my fault. Do my tea. Look, put the mug and then put that. Look, it goes down into the cup. It's like
Mum
magic.
just brought me a cup of tea. It's just a regular tea.
And she didn't say hello.
We weren't on yet. Look, you missed it. And now you'll never hear from her again.
Booch, you are the man of 1,000 voices, but I will remind everyone that at one point we suggested an Irish character, and Booch muted his mic to test out his Irish voice, and then came back on mic and said, I'm not doing that. So yeah, how are you two anyway?
Good, thank you.
Oh well, there's no point having you on then.
Oh, gosh, terrible, really terrible.
So
I'm happy to be here, but I'm not doing that good.
Here on stream, but not on the world right now. Yeah.
Yeah, I suppose I did just do that thing of when somebody says, "How are you?" and I just went, "Yeah, I'm all right." It's just like,
Oh,
Not
that's
really.
my life. That's
My-
my life.
My mum always says that, like, if you ask me how I am, and David's quiet. David, you're gonna have to boost yourself more because
All right, let me see what I can do.
I've boosted you to the max.
Okay. That
Could-
might be better.
See if I can put any kind of gain on this. He's horribly quiet. David needs extreme beef.
How's that?
You're a lower level to us.
Hmm.
Can I boost this a bit more?
Let me double check everything.
I'm double checking everything on my end as well. Oh, wait there. Try now.
Hello.
Oh, yes. Okay. Might have been my end. It was outputting you to my music channel as opposed
Oh,
to...
right.
Oh, God, you're so loud.
Yeah, I'm going to be real loud then.
Oh, no. Take your beef off, David. That's better. That's good. That's good.
Okay.
Robin, you say something?
Hello.
Oh, God, Robin.
Yeah, Robin's quite loud. I've got Robin at 200% actually.
I'm dropping Robin a bit. Say something again, Robin.
Hello.
Right, I'm taking Robin back down to 100. It's probably take you down as well. Right, okay.
Can't believe this.
Just a bit of admin. One of my favourite emotes on Twitch there as well.
It's good stuff.
Lovely stuff.
I would like to start by reminding everyone to take their meds.
Now,
If you've missed your morning meds, it's all right. It's probably better to take them now than not having them at all. So
let's be honest, Robin. When you remind chat to take their meds, is it or is it not because you've forgotten to take your meds at some point?
99% of the time, it is because I've realised I'm probably at least an hour overdue on meds, and I'm in a lot of pain, and
Yeah.
I've zoned out from it, and I've gone, oh fuck.
It's that lovely meds thing of when you're like, oh no, I'm feeling all right. I don't need to have taken my meds, and then you look at the time and you go, oh God, in about 5 minutes I'm going to be feeling pain because I didn't take my meds an hour ago, and so they haven't had a chance to go through the system yet.
Yeah, it's kind of just a thing now. With like it's just an ongoing joke with me and Mum, because Mum obviously tries to help remind me to take my meds, but if I say if she asks me if I've taken my meds, it's probably like an hour. I'm probably like an hour late at least, and she just says just go a bit longer, it'll be all right. Have another hour and see how we feel.
I think it's that thing of forgetting the kicking in time, though, isn't it? That you've got to you've got to have that time for it to come through the system and stuff.
Yeah. I know like Rach was talking about like meds and stuff. So and I like to talk about medication and stuff because I'm on like such a large cocktail of medications. But I take fluoxetine for depression and pregabalin for anxiety, and I'm also on quetiapine, which is an antipsychotic, which was originally prescribed to me because I got diagnosed with BPD, but I now believe many years later that I was misdiagnosed and it was actually just lots of autism. So, but it still works for me. So I'm still on it, and I probably always will be.
Yeah.
That's interesting. You got diagnosed with BPD because they're quite hesitant to diagnose that, aren't they? I know it's quite a hard thing to get a diagnosis for.
Not if you're a woman, David.
Oh, really? Okay.
No, well, I think, yeah, if you're assigned female at birth, probably not. But also, it depends on the psychologist. But mine was real bad because, I was like mid breakdown. I had a meeting with the psychologist. It lasted about an hour, and after that hour, he diagnosed me with BPD. So it's just not good. It's not good. But yeah, it's been fucking hell. Oh my god, that's been a hell of a long time since I was diagnosed with that. But yeah, pretty sure it's like lots and lots of undiagnosed autism plus other mental health stuff.
Yeah, it's that's the thing with a lot of this stuff is that you often get that it's slapping a label on it that doesn't always fit.
It's very much like being someone who was assigned female at birth, and then like surrounded by people like that as well. It just very much feels like that like a lot of psychologists and that see like woman having a breakdown and then trying to like just stick something on it so that they sort of go away, you know?
Yeah.
Hmm.
I think you're quite I mean, I think your socials, I think you're locked on Twitter at the moment, aren't you?
Yeah, I think my Instagram's open, but I don't use it. And then Twitter I've not used for like a good like 6 months. I've not been on Twitter properly. But if people see my profile and they're in the community, they're more than welcome to request to follow me, and I'll probably accept it. I just prefer it being closed.
The only reason I mentioned it was because I know you've been talking about a bunch of different stuff lately that's been going on with you.
Yeah, I mean, I got COVID again, which it's my fucking worst nightmare because I'm also like I have like physical chronic illnesses, so I have like my immune system's absolute shite, and I haven't had like my recent booster for COVID, so getting that was just like, oh fucking hell. And I think I was ill for like a total of about 3 weeks.
Yeah.
And it's just honestly most of what's bad about getting ill with something like that is well, one, it accelerates all of my other illnesses. So it's like you're dealing with the fact you're ill with COVID, which is horrible, but you're also dealing with it worse because you're ill, but you're also dealing with all of your regular illnesses suddenly being at like the highest point they could be. And then also being ill like that and having like certain symptoms also brings up a lot of like trauma from being ill in the past and being like in hospital and stuff. So yeah, it's fucking horrible. But my mum works in a care home, and like most of her like close friends also work in care So it's like obviously like they use PPP. Is it PPP? Is that what you call it? Have I just
Yeah.
yeah. And they are like very safe with things, but it's just sort of always like a bit of a risk.
Yeah.
Like with them with their work and somewhere like that.
PPE.
PPE, that's
Yeah.
it. Fucking hell,
I was
that
thinking in my head because I was like, is it PPT?
But yeah, and also see, I live with my mum, and she is like technically like my carer, and she was also ill with COVID at the same time, so we had a bad time. We had a bad time of it.
Must have been a fun house to be in during that time.
Yeah. It wasn't good. But I am over it now, luckily. But like once COVID had gone, I then had to deal with like a horrific flare to do with my neck, and subluxations, which I think pinched some nerves, and I was dizzy for like a good week, and I could barely look at screens. I could barely like walk or sit up. Yeah, it's things like that I would like people to consider when they sort of treat COVID a lot like it's like a normal thing now, and it's just like a regular sort of thing that goes around.
Yeah.
Because that uplifted my life for 3 weeks, and could well have like unknown effects for me like in the future that I don't know about. So yeah.
Yeah, I think the combo of being sick with something that kind of leaves you housebound, as well as like the sorry, Rach has just walked in as well. As well as the like for someone like yourself with other issues that you've got going on at the time, it can be so kind of hard to deal with in your head as well.
Yeah, honestly, there's something. It's like having a temperature. I feel like is often seen as such like a small symptom of illnesses, but it's one that like absolutely fucks me up the most, and is often one that will make me like extremely depressed and like panicked, and because I link it to like so many times that I've been ill in the past, and like some of those times were like extremely serious, or like I've been like in hospital with like I remember like having a temperature in hospital, and so my brain sort of like it sends my brain back to that time. Like every time I get a bit of temperature, I'm like, oh fuck, like not again. And then my brain starts thinking like, am I gonna end up in hospital again and all that? And
those that's the thing with like triggers, isn't it? That it can be something simple that and I think this is why like I enjoy being in this community sometimes is because like it's made me more aware of like that sometimes there's things that you don't realize can be a small thing that's triggering for someone. Even with like talking about like doing, when I was mentioning about doing the walk-in podcast before, is the like as soon as I like spoke about that and talked about it all, and then I was like, it's like, God, I don't want it to be like seem like it's exclusionary to anyone who's not able to go out and do walking, and making sure that my fitness section in the Discord is behind a thing, because I don't want to talk about weight loss and stuff in front of people that might be quite triggering for. Is the kind of stuff that I think has been good being in the community, that it's been made me more aware of, and yeah, like being more aware of the effect the little things can have on people.
Yeah, it can be such normal things as well, triggers. Sometimes it can even be like smells and things you've like experienced during like traumatic times. Yeah. Sorry, I feel I hate that
Yeah, you don't have
David talk.
I was gonna say, going back to like the fitness stuff in Discords, I appreciate all of like when people hide that stuff, because I've got a body image disorder, BDD. I've had it for about 30 years, and it's like Robin said, like even like normal like day-to-day stuff that people just do that is just like they don't have to think about, it's stuff that really sets me off. Like, just any sort of discussion of appearance will turn my thought processes inwards, and it's a hard thing to get out of. So like, even though it's like nothing for a lot of people, it's still very nice that people think about that stuff.
Yeah.
Because if I get down that sort of train of thinking, it's very difficult to get out.
Les just immediately coming in with a morning sexy, as you say there.
Can I do my first ban?
now we have to debate who the morning sexy is for, though. but no, yeah, I think that's the thing of becoming aware of it, and I think that's where, like, I think the community does excel, is that, like, people are gonna make mistakes, and there's not a thing of because someone's made a mistake, that's them done. It's like, no, someone made a mistake and let's help them learn from it is what I really enjoy within this community.
Yeah, and for me, like in the past, like I was diagnosed like 30 years ago now, and in that time, like all sorts of things have come up, and I don't judge people for for making mistakes or whatever. It's just easier just to move on from it and just educate people than, especially because for a lot of the stuff that sets me off or is difficult for me is really mundane day-to-day life stuff. Like, I find it very difficult to even look at my own mobile phone because it's got a reflective surface. I have to keep my phone at a certain angle when I'm looking at it so I don't catch my reflection. Like,
yeah.
I have, and it's such like weird stuff. Like, I describe it as all of the stuff that I have to do is quite weird. Because it is odd how I have to live my life, but it's so I don't judge people for not necessarily catering to that all the time. I'm not gonna judge people for not fully understanding the weird shit that's going on in my head all the time.
Yeah, and I think if you want to pin Emily's message there, Emily, if you just want to pin that, that's okay. I don't think you'll mind me talking about, like, when you said about being on the charity stream, if you're okay with that. But like, I know we'd had a conversation about you coming on and being on the charity stream, and like even before that, when I said, oh, I'm gonna do a stream where I recap about the B Dolan gig as well, where you dropped me a message and said, look, I'd appreciate you don't talk too much about or highlight me too much. And I was like, it's no problem, don't even stress about it. And like, then going on when we talked about you being on the charity stream, and I was like, look, I won't advertise it. If you want to pull out, like, feel free to pull out. Like, you don't have to be on camera if you don't want to, but it's up to you. And you were like, yeah. And I know that I even talked to Rach about it, like, after the stream. I was immediately like aware of that you doing that was like such a massive thing, because there were people immediately talking about it, about David's on camera and stuff, and
Yeah.
I was very much in the stream, like I think very much trying to dampen that, because I knew.
Yeah, so that's one of the things where it's like it's a mundane thing for everybody else, and so I don't hold it against people, and it also it's sort of self-fulfilling in a way, and it happens in my personal life and with family as well. Is that because I isolate myself for so long, and because I hide away from people for so long, and I don't let people look at me, and I don't take photographs of myself, it suddenly becomes an even bigger thing when it does happen. It's like, you know, I haven't been to a family event for like 20 years. I can't see a lot of my family because it's too difficult. So if I did show up, obviously the first time I'm going to show up, everyone's going to be like, holy shit, David's here. I want to go and talk to him. And that's like the worst possible thing. So the longer I stay away from that stuff, the bigger a deal it becomes, and the more likely I am to avoid it in the first place. But yeah, that charity stream was incredibly difficult. Like that was one of the biggest, like one of my old therapists had a thing when we were doing CBT where you have a list of things which are difficult to do and easy to do, and you sort of work through, like, you know, with CBT it's like exposure therapy where you do the things that are a little bit easy and then you move to the things a little bit harder. That you know, going onto that stream, being on camera would have been quite high on that list. So it was difficult, and Emily helped me a lot that day because I spent hours setting up that camera, and because BDD and like the way that this body image disorder works is that I feel like I have to have a lot of control over the way people perceive me. And if I can't get that control, it's quite distressing. So I had to set up that camera. I had to make sure the angles were right. Emily knows that I was proper stressed with like the lighting situation. Like, I don't mind joking about that the camera looked weird because it ended up having to look weird because that was the only way that I could be comfortable with how I looked on it.
Yeah.
Like, it looked like an old sepia camera. Like, I was making jokes about that because I don't mind making jokes about it. Yeah, body dysmorphia, BDD. And I was so fixated on it the whole time I was on stream. I don't know if it came across, but like I was just looking at my own face at the whole time. I couldn't look away from it. Like it's with BDD, it's a really strange thing where I'm repulsed by my own appearance and disgusted by how I appear, and I don't want anybody to ever see me. And I spend a lot of the time avoiding reflections and cameras and situations where I can be seen. But there's another part of BDD where you can become obsessive about having to look, and when it can go one way or the other sometimes. And if I'm confronted with my appearance in a situation where I can't necessarily get away from it, I will laser fixate on it. So I was just watching my face for the whole stream.
Yeah.
And it actually went well, and it was like I didn't catastrophize too much afterwards. It went better than I could have hoped. Everyone was very nice. People were very nice. I saw Llama in the chat telling Pip to chill out and not talk about how much she was seeing my face.
Yeah,
and I really appreciated that.
I would like to say that I made that classic mistake and was like completely unaware of it because I think I messaged you on Discord immediately, and I was like, David, like,
I know,
it's so
and
nice to see your face. But
so over the years, like, I've learned to accept that, you know, that's fine. That, you know, Robin's excited to see me. Like, we're friends. Like, they've not seen my face like properly. Like, you know what I mean? Like, it's, of course people will be excited.
Yeah.
Of course people are going to be like, oh God, we're seeing David's face for the first time. Like, that's fine. Like, I'm not going to judge anybody for that. But at the same time, it's nice that people are understanding that, you know, that is a really difficult situation for me. And it was like, that was anxiety at its highest. That was full on peak, like, BDD exposure.
Yeah.
There's obviously situations which go much higher than that. I was still kind of in control of the situation, which helped me feel like a little bit more comfortable, because obviously I could switch off the camera anytime, I could disconnect. if it became too much, I could just disappear. Like it's not like, it wasn't like being out in the world or like being at work or at a job or something like that, or being out in a social situation. It was a controllable situation, so it was a lot more doable.
Yeah.
But
I think
things like the gig and stuff, like that was also like a big thing. Because...
Yeah, and I think I'd like to say as well that like I realized that like I think this is again where I think like the community has been like a real help, is that, you know, for someone like myself, I've not experienced necessarily being around people with certain issues that we've talked about today, and but like being in a community that's so like understanding and stuff. I mean, like I can say like when we talked about it and stuff, like I was like well, I'm gonna make sure that everything that happens, and that's like, even when I remember at the end of the quiz, and at the end of that round when Dando was like, oh, David did all the work, and I was like, I'm gonna leave it totally up to you here. Like I know you might not want to be on, so like I'll lay you.
I was getting close to a limit.
Yeah,
there is like I would describe it as like a battery. Like it's a very small battery, and I can bring out every now and again, but it runs down real fast.
Yeah.
And doing that, you know, I was doing fine. I was enjoying it. I was having a good time in the moment. A lot of BDD stuff comes up after the fact.
Yeah.
You learn to, if you get to a situation where you can be outside, generally if you were outside, you were in a state of mind where you can deal with it. Otherwise you wouldn't be there in the first place. But then a lot of the BDD comes afterwards, in like the thinking about, you know, you just sort of think back to the whole situation. Like you're aware that everybody could see you from every possible angle. Like what was the lighting like? Did you see any pictures getting taken that you weren't aware of? And that's stuff that I'm always aware of in a social situation, is camera phones. I'm always aware of who's taking pictures. I'm always aware of when pictures are being taken. I'm aware of every reflective surface in the room. I'm aware of the lighting in a room.
Yeah.
I'll always be standing in a place that is comfortable for me. Like there's a lot of control involved. It's like there's old stuff that I used to talk to a therapist about. Like when I used to go to London quite a lot, when I was at my worst point, I would leave the house just to go to London because it was very busy and I felt like I was quite invisible. And I remember a couple of times going through Leicester Square and you get tourists taking pictures, and I would always turn like subconsciously towards the camera at the angle that I really needed to be in that picture. But that's a picture I'm never going to see.
Yeah.
Like it's like, you know, a tourist taking a picture of a site, but like I need to know that I'm in the background of that shot in the best possible way that I can be. Like there's a lot of real bizarre behavior that I have to deal with and do when I'm outside. And sometimes, you know, that I don't know how well I came across at the gig, but like it's constant like input and control, and it makes me feel very on edge all the time. It makes me very like aware that I can't necessarily be as social as I'd like to be.
Yeah.
I
mean, from my point of view, like I can say like I was massively thankful when you said you'd take part in the stream, and I know, you know, I said to you at the time, and like I did all I could to like make that easier for you, hopefully. But like even like I look at London, and I've said this, like I was terrified about everything. I was panicked and stuff, and the fact that you and Emily went out of your way to meet me off the train, and I think I even tried to put you and Emily off coming to meet me off the train, because I was like,
I think you did.
I was so panicked about everything, and I was like, just get to your hotel, go to the room, and you've got the excuse that you need to go and call Rach to talk to Jack and stuff, and yeah, bumping into you two, it'd come out of your way to help, and knowing knowing how big a thing it was for the two of you with coming to the thing as well, meant a lot to me as in that sense. And I know I can be like at these things, I can be a ball of energy and like be all over the place with stuff, and it was really nice to like get to hang out with you two and chat and see you, and
that's one of the weird things about BDD is that it makes me behave as a person that I'm not. Like, I'm not necessarily a shy person. I'm not necessarily like I'm quite chatty. Like, I'm quite open. I'm quite friendly with people. But BDD almost makes me like, it makes me have to pretend to be somebody else for a bit, just so I can deal with all of the things that I have to control and think about. But ultimately, underneath that is somebody that is, I really enjoyed the gig. Like, I really enjoyed being out. I really enjoyed meeting everybody. I really enjoy talking to people. But BDD makes me into a person that it just doesn't let me do that. On a regular basis.
It got to that point where it needed to end in your control.
Yeah. And like, after that gig, I was burnt out for weeks. Like, that was such an expenditure of energy, like of social energy. And like, I'm quite happy to say that I am like a full-on, like fully isolated shine quite a lot of the time for scary amounts of time. Like, there was a time in my 20s where I didn't go out for maybe 2 years. Like, when I had to go back home after losing a job. And like, that's like a literal 2 years not stepping outside the front door. And it can get that bad. And I think it's probably, on one hand, the amount of times I've been out since that London gig. Like, maybe 5 times I've stepped outside the front door. It's just extremely draining having to be out in the world and thinking about those things.
Yeah.
Whereas, like, I can, if I'm in my house, that's my controlled situation. I know what's going to happen. No one's going to take any pictures of me here. Nobody's going to appear, or I'm not going to have to deal with anybody without knowing about it.
Yeah. So kind of like an openness to Robin as well. Like, what kind of things do you find that you really like find help you with coping with stuff like this? Because I know obviously we've got sources like the Samaritans where there's always people available to speak to you and talk to you, but obviously for different people, different things are things that help. I know for me, talking is not always the easiest thing for me to do. What kind of things do you find that like help you?
I'll let Robin speak.
Robin's like, nothing.
Nothing else.
It's okay to say nothing. It's okay to say nothing.
It's just a constant downward spiral.
Listen, that is true. However, I think one of the things I hate is that often the simplest things and the things you want to do the least are often the things that are going to help you the most. And like, a lot of my mental health issues are like powered by my like physical health being very poor. So like, often one thing that I really struggle with is personal hygiene. And there was one point last year where I think I went up like I went about 4 months without having a shower because I was so incredibly ill, like both physically and mentally. And it's like, having a shower can be like such a simple thing to so many people, and also be the thing that I least want to do, and I'm so sure that like it won't help at all. But like it lifts me up every time.
Yeah. I
Or
think
like one thing Mum does a lot is say like, oh, just come out your bedroom, just come and sit in the living room for a bit with me and the cat. And I'm like, no, like I don't want to, it's not gonna help. And every time I actually manage to do that, it helps, even if only for like the time that I'm there. So like the time that I'm sat in the living room with my mum, or the time that I'm in the shower, even if it's only helping for that amount of time, like it does make a difference to sort of break that
yeah.
not leaving your room sort of vibe.
And I think I'd like to stress with what the stuff that we're talking about here is that like there isn't an answer that's the same for everyone, and what works for one person is not going to work for another person. I mean, from my point of view, I know that when we got into the situation where I stopped working and I kind of had no direction, and weirdly like a time where we were in the best financial position we've ever been in, and that we didn't have to worry about those kind of things anymore. I also had stopped working and had no plan of where my life was at the time, and I was getting up at like whatever time, going to sleep at whatever time, sitting there playing Call of Duty or whatever game I was playing at the time until like 4 a.m. some days and 6 a.m. on others, and just getting up whenever. And I remember going and chatting to a friend at the time who was doing his job was kind of self-employed and kind of ran his own hours, and he said, look, the big thing for me is that I don't know if I'm going to have work this week. I might not have work for another 2 weeks, but what I do is I try and keep a routine, and I say to myself, right, look, on a Monday you're going to do this at 9 o'clock, and you're going to make sure that you do this at 9 o'clock on every Monday, and then on a Tuesday, at 12 o'clock you're going to do this, and you do this every week. And it doesn't have to be like something dramatic like getting out and running a marathon or doing anything like that. It could be getting up and writing for a while, or you can be getting up and making a couple of things that you can eat for the next few days, that you just give your life some routine. And I think whenever I find that I'm slipping a little bit, it's often because I'm coming out of routine a little bit too much. Is always a help for me, is that getting back on track and going like this streaming schedule is massive for me, because I know on what days I'm gonna be streaming and what I've got to build towards. I mean, it also caused me panic because like the last few days, knowing that this is coming up and feeling underprepared, but also feeling like I don't know what to do to prepare, has been difficult. Like sitting here Googling the last few days, I think if you looked at my Google history, I've got questions to ask about mental health and what's the right things to say about mental health and stuff. And the thing is, there isn't a right answer.
No.
And yeah, like I said before, like what works for me won't work for you, and what works for you won't work for me, and that's okay. And that's the weird thing. I mean, I always say like you can tell when I'm down because I play Raft on stream. Thank you for the £10 donation. That actually takes us above. That takes us to £2,001. Thank you.
Jesus.
This wasn't even a special period. This was just a standard month, but we did these quiz streams and this today, and it's been nice to just chat about this. Like the year, indeed, Les. And yeah, even like I'll tell you, like from the moment that but Les said hello sexy, and I made a joke about it, and then we ended up pinning the comment. I've immediately been like, oh god, I hope Les hasn't taken offense at that. I hope Les is not worried about that. I hope the Les is not gone away and been worried about that. I know yesterday we played FIFA and Les played a game and had loads of issues and ended up leaving after the first game, and I ended up messaging him in the evening to make sure everything was all right, because I was like, I hope you're not stressed about this and stuff, and like that's stuff that like goes through my head all the time with this stuff. And it's even, there you go, running into that, you know, why is Les not inviting me to Tarkov lately? Does Les hate me now? But you know, it's weird the way your mind works with everything. Like, and yeah, and obviously this has been nice having different people on to talk about different things. So yeah, and I know for the two of you, you know, it's nice to see all the messages in chat, and it's also difficult to see the messages in chat. So
I mean, like, speaking of like things that help, when I had some of the best years, when I was most out there and most being able to work and stuff like that, is when I just started CBT, and I decided to start just telling people that I had BDD up front, because a lot of the BDD stuff there's a lot of like hidden stuff that you have to do and a lot of shame involved in it. And I realized that if I just told people that I had BDD, I could cut out a lot of stuff that I had to do and a lot of the pretending that I had to do. Like, when I first moved down, lived in London, and I had a job in London, I actually started not being able to go into work quite a lot, and I ended up losing the job. But I would pretend to my flatmates that I was still working.
Yeah.
Because I didn't want people to know that I was ill or struggling. So I would sit at home all day. I would leave work. I would pretend to leave for work after they'd left, and I would move stuff around in the flat, and I would move my shoes so it looked like I had been out and come back. And like, it was obvious that I wasn't doing it, but it was like, I felt like I had to, because there was so much like shame and secrecy involved in what I was doing. As soon as I could cut that out, it made things a lot easier for me. So
yeah,
like when I get into relationships with people, or when I used to post on Twitter a lot more about like having BDD and stuff, just so people understand me a little bit better. One of the best conversations I had was with a best friend, who knew me when I was 16 and when I was just starting to get really bad with the issues. I used to just ditch him all the time. I used to not show up when we arranged things. And like, this is like, I'm obviously very old, but we didn't have mobile phones back then. So we would arrange to meet somewhere. And if I didn't show up, then he's got no way of knowing where I am. And, you know, you would just have to arrange to meet somewhere. And like, he would go into London and I'd say, oh yeah, I'll meet you at King's Cross or whatever. And then I just couldn't do it. And we spent like years, like, and I just kept ghosting. I kept like leaving him at places and not showing up to places. And then like 10 years later, like, he somehow still managed to be friends with me throughout all of this. And I just said, look, this is why this was happening. Like, I've got BDD. It makes me not able to leave the house. It makes things real difficult for me socially. And the first thing he said was like, that makes so much more sense. Like, he was just like, that makes much more sense to me now, that like, you're not an arsehole. You weren't just leaving me because you were an arsehole. Like, it makes more sense that you were ill.
Let's not be so hasty with not we can circle back.
But that was the conversation that we had. He was just like, this, obviously, like I just thought you were just kind of a flaky guy. Like, you just, you know, maybe you weren't up for these meetups, or we weren't that good friends or whatever. But it was like, well, of course this makes much more sense. And that was like a massive weight. And then once I'd had that conversation, I said to my parents, I was just like, look, just, if it comes up, because like at about 16 onwards, I stopped going to like family events. I've seen my family so little recently. I made quite a a tough post in Pip's Discord about this recently, but I was just like, look, I need people to understand why I'm not showing up to things. I don't want people just to think that I don't care, because that's really difficult for me, because I do care about my family. I do care about all of them. And I need people to know that it is coming from a place of where I'm ill, and it's not that I just don't care about people. So I was just like, look, if anything comes up, if I don't show up to something, I give you free reign to tell everybody what's going on with me. Tell them that I've got BDD, tell them about my diagnosis, tell them all about the disorder and everything about it if you want. And I found that quite freeing, because it was just like, you know, I didn't have to make up stories. I didn't have to lie anymore. I didn't have to say, oh no, I'm busy, or oh no, I can't, I don't fancy doing that. Or, you know, I don't actually really like that person. You know, all of that stuff I could just stop doing. So just being really unnecessarily open and honest about stuff has really helped me. Like I will just tell anybody anything about BDD. Like I'll tell people about a lot of the symptoms that I used to have. Like I'm happy to talk about anything about that subject, just because I know that it helps me, and it also helps me understand and internalize that it's a disorder and that it's not real. Because a big part of BDD is that BDD wants you to believe that BDD isn't real. Like the end goal of BDD is for you to believe that you're ugly and unlikable and you know, just a hideous thing that nobody wants to see. Like that's its end goal.
Yeah.
So having something that reinforces the belief around me that I have an illness is quite helpful for me.
I have to say, like, I feel exactly the same with sort of telling people things now, because I think I spent like so many years sort of trying to act like it was other things, or act like I was just like a sort of regular person, I don't know. And like now, and I think I've definitely tried to do this, and I hope I have with this community, sort of tried to just come in and be like, right, I'm trans, I'm very autistic.
Wait, what?
And like and I mean, I don't know how much I've actually talked about medical stuff, but it's like it's like so freeing to be sort of like, right, hiya, but before we go any further, this is what's going on with me, and this is what you should expect, and if you've got any issues with that, then fuck off.
Yeah. I think it's such a, and obviously the benefits, like I can take a look at, like, you know, we can say whatever about Twitter, and you know, I can take a look on TikTok and immediately see someone who's talking about something really close to them, and you look at the comments and there's all people mocking them, and you know, there's always going to be people like that out there, but when you find the right communities that you can be a part of, and that you can talk about this stuff without feeling like the people are wanting to understand and have there to give you the time and energy that you need. And like I said, like the butt stuff for me was like something I used to like feel really ashamed of, that I'd be worried about if I had to go to the toilet when I was out, because like it would cause me so much pain, and I'd be like, I can't tell anyone about this, because like, how do you tell someone that, oh god, by the way, I might have issues with my arse while we're out, and then I'm gonna have to go home because I'm gonna feel in too much pain, and then you're like actually it just made it so much easier when people knew about it, because all of a sudden they knew that if they saw me like grimacing in the middle of a conversation, then they knew it was probably that I was feeling stabbing pains in my anus. So it suddenly wasn't as big a thing for me to worry about, and like that was just stupid. The like, we live in a world where, you know, you're kind of silenced. Like I've talked a little bit about toxic masculinity on here, and like the fact that I look at stuff and I look at people, and you look at like even the stuff that's going on now, where you've got certain people who, I'm not going to name names, but that are going out there speaking about issues that they're having a go at, which is of no benefit to them other than to sell a podcast. that is just generating more shitheads that are following them. So you're like, why can't we live in a community that is more understanding and that is more open and that is able to, listen to each other and move on with stuff and grow. And
the toxic masculinity stuff as well comes up a lot with body image disorders as well, because it is seen as a femme disorder. That's what the media and public perception is, that guys don't develop body image disorders. But like, I've been through a lot of group therapy. I've met a lot of people with BDD through like charities and groups and stuff like that, and there's an equal amount of men and women at these events, and it's an easy narrative for like when you do like a fluff piece on like my mum's messaged me sometimes saying, oh, this morning's doing a thing about BDD, and it'll be like, okay, so they've got they'll get a teenage girl on and they'll say, oh, here she's got these issues with her appearance and stuff like that. But it's such a bigger, broader disorder than just like obviously it still affects it. Like society is obviously like very bad for women and femme presenting people with like image stuff, but there are a huge amount of men as well that are dealing with like body image problems. And I just saw earlier when Charlie Wen said that they had the perception that it was like a gym bro disorder, and that is part of why I also like to talk about it, because it is such a complicated disorder that can affect so many different aspects of how you look, and it can affect men and women equally. Just for an example, like when I first
Big Taff Man.
I really hated body hair on my body. So I would tweeze individually out every hair on my arm.
That was me laughing because B. Dolan came in and he was shouting in my ear. I just want to be clear. That was...
That's okay. But like, it's like there's like a media perception that it's just like girls just want to look pretty and the boys just want to be like strong and muscly, and that's what body dysmorphia is. But it's so different and so all encompassing. Like the only like descriptor that actually covers everything is that it is a disorder where you have a fixation on some part of your appearance. It doesn't matter what it is, but it has to be a debilitating level of fixation, and that's all it is. So like, I had this issue with like the body hair on my arms, and I would tweeze all of it out individually, and it was incredibly painful. And that was just like one of my initial things. And then once, because BDD is like an actual mental disorder, like it moved on to a different part of the body. Like it doesn't ever let you fix the issue that you wanted to fix. And a lot of people that have it deal with a lot of issues with plastic surgery, where they'll go for repeated surgeries to try and get the thing fixed, and it won't work, and it will never work, because that's not the core of the problem.
Yeah.
The core of the problem is an imagined flaw with something deep down in your body, and it will move, it will shift around, and it covers so many different parts. Like the things that triggered me and set me off when I was 16 are not the things that bother me now, but I've still got BDD just as severely and just as deeply as I had back then. I've had different periods of like being more healthy and more successful and being able to deal with it, but it moves, and it is like a shifting disorder, and that's why I like to talk about it so much, because it does cover so many things. And I sometimes the media depiction of it is quite detrimental. So I know a lot of people that do have BDD, especially like guys, they like to talk about it like in groups and stuff, because there's a lot more to it. So like that, all of that speaking is a lot more helpful.
I think I've Thank
New
you
follower.
for
Question
the
for
follow,
you.
Jeff.
What's the best thing that's happened to you this month?
I think, like, obviously, I
Apart from
talked a little
discovering
bit,
this stream.
a little
'Cause
bit
that is
earlier
now the best thing.
about like how when I'm streaming, I'm looking at myself and stuff, and like a lot of that came from like being picked on at school. Like I don't normally talk about this, and I'm gonna mention it now, and it's already freaking me out saying I'm gonna mention it now, but so two of the things that I got picked on a lot in school was people made fun of me for having a big head, and I'll say now I do have a big head. Compared, if you look at pictures of me with other people, I do have a slightly bigger head than most normal people, but I don't have a big head to the point that it's like that. As you're sitting there now, when I've mentioned this, that you're gonna be like, shit, like he's got such a big head. But I remember like I remember being in the car with my dad once, and my dad didn't know that people at school had been making fun of me for this, and I was kind of leaning forward, and he shouted at me because he couldn't see in his mirror, and said something about my head being big, and it was like that stayed with me for like 25 years or something now. Like I don't even remember exactly when that was, but like that is always been a massive thing, and like is always something that I panic about on here. And the same with I've always had an issue with breathing through my nose. My nose is slightly crooked. I think I must have broken it at some point when I was younger, and it's I don't breathe through my nose properly, so I'm very much a mouth breather. And sometimes I'll take videos and I'll hear myself breathing on the videos, and I'm like, I can't post that now because like I can hear myself breathing because like I'm breathing through my mouth. But people used to make fun of me that my bottom lip sticks out, which it does a little bit because I have my mouth open a lot, so it looks like my lip sticks out a bit. And I've never really mentioned that on stream because I've never wanted to put it out there, because the thought of putting it out there, nobody's ever mentioned either of those things on Twitch. Nobody's ever said to me on Twitch, you have a big head, and nobody's ever said, oh, your lip sticks out. And I've never mentioned them on Twitch because nobody knows them right now, so nobody has power with those two things. And the fact that I mentioned them now is like, I'm now in my head, I'm like, this is all right, everyone's fine here. But then also I'm like, everyone now knows something that is very much like a weakness of mine, and
Yeah.
I know it's not something to be worried about because I know nobody in this community is going to use it in that way. But it's also like that weird, terrifying thing of, yeah.
The thing for me as well is like with that sort of stuff, and like the way that my BDD has worked, it's that I have all of those memories as well. Like I can recall like so vividly off the hand comments that people have made like 30 years ago. I can see everybody that's in the room. I can see everything about it, and they stick with you. Like they fully stick with you, and like they're almost like they stick with you like out of trauma. Like it's like a little trauma memory.
Yeah. I don't ever wink because I once played a game of what is it called, Werewolf or something like that, where we were all sat in a corner at school, and we started playing Werewolf, where we decided that if you wanted to kill someone, you had to wink at them, and the cop would have to watch out for whoever was winking. And I winked at someone, and they immediately went, oh, we've got to stop the game now. And I was like, what? And they were like, we've got to stop the game because someone has just done something at me, and I don't know whether it was a wink or not. So I don't know what they were trying to do. I don't know if it was just a weird facial tick or something. And I was like, since then, I've never really winked. Like I'll do like
What the fuck?
like that occasionally, but like I don't wink because of that comment like years and years and years ago. Is so weird how that little thing just sticks with you. And that was in That was they stopped the game because they were like, I have to stop and find out if I've actually been winked at here or whether it's just someone's eye going funny. And I was
That
like,
is so dodgy and weird on behalf of that other person. Like, who
yeah.
who
But
does
at the
that?
time
What the fuck?
when you're like 14, 15 and you're like, you don't really know where your place is and stuff, you're like, oh, right, okay, well, I can never ever wink again. I can never wink again for the rest of my life because someone might say that I look like I'm doing something weird.
See, that's like what I was saying, just about how like little bits of like trauma can be like and triggers can just be like the most mundane things. Like if someone asked you to wink, that could then like trigger awful memories for you. Do
Yeah.
you know what I mean? Like that's such like a normal sort of thing. Every time I eat an apple, especially when I like slice them up, it reminds me of like being in hospital. Which sucks because apple is my favorite fruit. And I only like to eat it when it's sliced up. But like it's such like a mundane thing, but that can like trigger like so many like memories and that. Can I say it? But can I just like can I say like the reason I was like in hospital and stuff, just so that people are like know about it? Is that okay?
Oh no, I was gonna stop you from saying things, Robin.
I thought so. You usually do.
Oh yeah,
That's the
because
thing.
I'm known for silencing trans voices in the community. Thanks, Robin.
You are, listen, Pickle Bee's in the chat and she'll say the same, so
Well, Pickle Bee's lined up to come on as well, so I've got double the opportunity to silence voices. So
oh shit, oh Div's in as well. Oh bloody hell. Right, yeah. So basically in 2018, I want to say, I was in like a very, very minor car crash with mum, and from then on I basically had like the worst like 40 hours of my life, and went to A&E like twice in like 24 hours, like in the worst pain I've ever experienced in my head. And they told me that it was just whiplash and to take paracetamol and go home, and that is not an exaggeration in any form. But basically, I did a lot of research on different conditions and ended up sort of diagnosing myself before the doctor did, and I was correct. But about 8 months later, I ended up having urgent brain surgery. For the condition I have is like basically like my brain at birth was kind of like a little bit malformed, and sorry, not my brain, my skull, and so my brain didn't have like quite enough room as it should in my head. And something about the car crash I had, it sort of shoved my brain into like a spot where it's not supposed to be. And I had to have like an extremely like major surgery where that like basically to like relieve like the like pressure and stuff in my brain. So I was in like I ended up being in ICU for like a few days, and then was in hospital for about 2 weeks. So like the majority of my trauma comes from that. And then about 8 weeks after I got home from that, I thought it was perfectly fine and normal to get top surgery. But the thing is like, if I'd said to the NHS, no, I can't have top surgery on the day that you've given me, I had no fucking clue when it was gonna be after that. So I did it. And that also, well, the surgery itself was like fine. I had no problem moving after surgery because my hypermobility, they were like, oh, you're gonna have issues like raising your arms above like your waist for like quite a while, so you're gonna have to have people helping you. But like my joints don't care, so I was just like doing like anything straight away. But then like I had to like an awful time in hospital as well because I had to go to Hull and Mum couldn't come with me because she couldn't afford to and couldn't take time off work. So I was just like alone in the hospital for a few days. So like I have trauma around hospitals, so that's why.
It's pretty understandable to me.
I don't get it.
Even so much, right, that it can affect RP stuff as well. Like on the server that Diet is on, that I mentioned to you the other day, I wanted to start working in the hospital, and like I genuinely put it off for so long because I thought I wasn't going to be able to, because I was like scared of being like triggered over stuff. And like I had to read something, and I saw like a what do you call it, like a diagram of someone who was getting intubated, and I would like my whole body just like had like a visceral reaction to it. I feel like there should have been like a lesson at the end of that little story about everything I just went through.
But it is like that's the thing with stuff like this, is like even with like stuff like RP, like people don't realize sometimes that like RP can be so much more deep than anyone really realizes, and there can be things that like I know there was things that I didn't get involved with RP because they're not particularly triggering, but they're not things that I like enjoy being a part of. The same way as there's been people who've streamed certain things that I'm like, I don't know if that's going to be a game that I would necessarily want to watch and experience, and so like I'm going to stay out of that stream while they're playing that game, just because I don't have to face it then. And it's about looking after yourself. It's about making sure that you're Sparkle. Like I've not watched a lot of you playing that game that you're playing at the moment, because I'm like, I know there's a lot of triggers in it, and there's not anything that I've particularly seen that would be triggering for me, but like I know that you've been aware of that and that you put warnings up and pinned messages with stuff like that, and I think to kind of circle back to like part of why I've ended up doing this stream, organizations like the Samaritans are important for having someone who's there to talk to about. I mean, one of the things that I really liked when I was doing a poke around their website and stuff, like I've not personally used them to speak to, and like I said, part of that is because that I'm not great at speaking to people about stuff at times, but I enjoyed that. Well, enjoyed is the wrong word. I appreciated that when I looked at their website, they actually talk about what they do, and that they actually had a section where they said, look, there are more specialist services for certain things, and I think I've got the link here, where they said like if you're looking for for more details about a particular issue, we've got organizations that we would recommend talking to about these particular issues, rather than like trying to pin themselves as we are the solution to everything. So they've got a range of different organizations there that people can speak to, rather than them. And I think that's kind of where stuff like that gets important, is knowing places that are good for this. If that makes sense.
I do feel like a little bit bad because I have sort of in the past taken the piss out of Samaritans. And I've
If you're in at the
sort
moment,
of been-
Samaritans, and you want to take the piss out of Robin back, feel free to. Like I'm willing to back you up here.
I mean, see, I say that, but then like now when I look back on a time where I did use Samaritans at one point, I'm like, fucking hell, like I'm glad I had that, like, because I didn't have any other option, and I had such bad phone anxiety that I was using the texting service, and I don't know if that's a thing that they have running now or if it runs well, but when I was using it, it was very, very new, and it was very much a case of like I could text saying like, hello, I'm suicidal right now, and someone might not be able to reply for like an hour or longer, which is like obviously not good. It wasn't their fault, but you know, it's not great. But now I look back, I'm like, fucking hell, like I'm glad I did have at least someone who was sort of like there to sort of come for me at that time.
I know they've got the call line. They also say that you can contact one of their branches to speak to someone directly, or you can send an email to them. I think their online chat service is not working at the moment, I believe. But yeah, they have a couple of different options for contacting.
I'm glad that some I'm glad that places do have like alternatives.
Yeah.
And that sometimes, even if it's just to start you off, and then sort of maybe get into a phone call or something. Because I mean, I'm the type of person that, I mean, I have horrific phone anxiety. It's not as bad as it used to be, but it's bad. And I've been told in the past, like I get told at the end of a phone call, like, oh, and you can phone the crisis team, you know, if you need them, and they're there for you. I won't phone the crisis team because I don't want to be a bother.
Yeah.
Even though they're literally there to do that job, I'll be like, no, like I'm just being too much of a bother.
Yeah, and I think obviously, you know, this is the thing of having multiple different solutions, and also like I'll be honest, although we are raising money for the Samaritans to help out with what they do, they may not be the answer for everyone. Like it may not be something that everyone's comfortable with, and kind of part of the point of having this conversation and the conversations that we've had today of to talk a little bit about not just about the issues we've had that like open up those for other people who are thinking of the same things, but also to give people an idea of like, you know, this is what I do. This is, you know, Rach takes a pill and that works for her right now, and that's not the answer for everybody, and like I don't think it would be the answer for me, but it was that's the thing. There's not one solution for everybody. You know, for me, playing a game like Raft helps me a lot, like to chill out and just not have to think.
Love Raft.
Unless it's with Robin, and then I have to deal with Robin making a bloody mess. But like I always say, like you can tell when I'm down on stream, because I'll end up scrapping what I'm doing and playing Raft, and like even the fact that I've loaded up the stream that night is a massive thing. When I start playing Raft, you know that's like I'm struggling right now, and I'm just gonna be here because I like having you lot round, but I don't make a big thing of it, and I'm just gonna sit here and play my little raft game, and like I said, I've made the effort lately to try and occasionally message people and just go, "Are you all right?" And if you're not one of the people I've done that to, it's not that I. Now immediately I'm feeling guilty that I haven't done it for everyone. But
You haven't done it for someone specifically on this call. Just looking back, scrolling back here. There's nothing there. Just shocking.
It's gonna have a. Why are you looking at Robin's DMs?
Leave the DMs, leave them.
Can you just Google how are 10th of the 9th? How are you? In capitals. Just in capitals.
Well, is this me?
And then this is to David. Not the best, but getting there. And then I said, "Don't worry, I have your back." Look at that. That's friendship. Yes, it was the 10th of the 9th, and that was 4 months ago. But I can't message I see that when I put how are you into the thing, it doesn't come up with David asking me how I am.
No, it won't.
and then it also says your next message to me. I won't say what I said next, but you put, "I bloody love that Jeb." So
I do love Jeb.
And then there's a picture of me and Jeb with Paige's game in the background. And I won't put what I said about Paige's game. That's a joke, Paige. I didn't say anything negative about it. Oh God, that's me done. That's me.
I feel like I've talked a lot, and I'm now I'm getting like really self-conscious. But I will say,
you're not going to say something nice about me.
No, I'm not. I was gonna highlight what Ironic Sparkle said in the chat, just about people being a bother. Like, I want you to bother me. Like, I don't care if you take up my whole day. Like, just like bother me, because like, what is the alternative? Like, you being extremely alone, or you
I think we understand what you're trying to say there.
And I lost a friend to suicide a few years ago, and they were like, fucking hell, maybe like 26 or something, and it's just like not something I ever want to experience again. And literally anyone in this community can bother me. I don't care. I'd absolutely love you to come and take time out my day. I don't do anything all day, so I've got a lot of spare time. All right. But yeah. And the reason I wanted to say sort of like the fact I was in hospital and that is just because I like when I said about I like being upfront about stuff. It's so that people are aware as well in case they have similar problems. If someone is struggling with rheumatoid arthritis, I know fucking loads about that. If you wanted someone to specifically talk about something. So yeah.
Yeah, same with BDD. Like I've got like 30 years of talking about it, like therapists and group therapists, and reading about it and being, going through all of the systems. I was very, very close to getting inpatient therapy right before COVID. So like I've been through all of the systems. I know how to get the help. I know how to get like NHS funding, all of that sort of stuff, if anybody needs help with that.
Yeah. Appreciate the both of you. And
I'm just going to put a quick link to a charity as well, if that's all right.
Yeah.
There's a specific BDD charity that's very good, and I've worked with them before.
Well, we can also, if you remind me in a couple of months' time, because I've got some stuff lined up for the next couple of charities, but we can always look at adding them to to one of the charities that we support on stream.
Yeah, let's up that.
Yeah. Thank you both for coming on. I'm aware as well that it's 2, and I'm only got about an hour of streaming left. And I told John that I feel awful now that John, a lot of these conversations have gone a lot longer than I expected to. So I'm really sorry, John. But I'll let you two go.
Oh my God. Sorry, I just looked at mine and David's chat and realised how long we've been on here. I'm so sorry.
Yeah, I know. I looked at it, but it's Flo. Don't feel bad about that because I looked at it at like 1:15, I think it was, that I looked and I was like, okay, I'm on track here. I can talk to Pickle Bee, and then I can maybe do some drawing with John, and that's gone out the window. So yeah, thank you for coming on and chatting, and I will.
That's all right.
I will.
Yeah, no worries.
I will let you both go. Anything to say? Anything to plug before you go? This is good because I know you both don't have anything to plug. Anything to plug before you go?
No.
No, but
Don't you fucking dare, Robin.
No.
Don't you fucking dare.
No,
I'll
I
kick
wasn't
you.
gonna. I was gonna say that I really hope that the Pickle Bee has a cam on, because I don't know if you saw her stream, but she's looking amazing after surgery. I'm sorry.
I'm not gonna put Pickle Bee on now because of that.
Wow.
Pickle Bee's
Wow.
off.
Okay.
All right.
Okay. All right.
See you
Bye.
later.
Bye.
Bye. Got rid of him. Boom. They're gone. God. John, I'm sorry. I thought it would be a little bit of a chat with some people.
Hello, new follower. Question for you. Which animal is your favourite?
Hello, Samaritans. Have the Samaritans come in? Because just now, a little bit ago, Robin was slagging you off, Samaritans. So maybe you've come in now so that you can slag off Robin. No, Robin was saying that you. Hello, how are you? We're doing all right. We've now got up to, with the combo of the Twitch chat and with this total, we're at over £2,000. We're at £2,001, which is cool. So yeah, we've just been chilling, talking. We've had lots of different people on talking about mental health this morning. Just having a general chat about stuff. We were supposed to be doing some drawing with John, and I feel really bad that we've not ended up getting to that. John, if you didn't know, drew the amazing Barbenheimer picture, which is absolutely amazing. In fact, what we'll do now is we will do the giveaway. We'll do the giveaway for the Bird and Blend. If anyone wants to get in a last minute, Robin, it was amazing, and it was all great. And I would have kicked you off if it was not. So, if you want to do the giveaway, the Bird and Blend, we're giving away a £20 Bird and Blend voucher. It's all from out of my pocket. You've got about 2 minutes, and then I'm going to do the draw. So if you want to get a last minute entry in, you can win a £20 Bird and Blend voucher. That's whose tea I've been drinking today. It's all out of my pocket. This is not sponsored or anything. It's just I really like the tea, and it's just because it's Brew Monday, we're just going to give a little giveaway. And yeah, John we were meant to have on doing a little bit of a giveaway. Look, I just searched Barbenheimer and John's art came up. Look, this is John's work. This is John's work. This is John's work here. This Barbenheimer picture. This was John. John drew this. Why have I not just opened just that tab? this is what John drew. And it's so fucking good, isn't it? And we were going to get John on, and we were going to draw some art with John. But we've ended up getting really distracted. And talking about loads of stuff. I'm going to do some drawing with John at some point. We're probably not going to get to it today, John. Because that is someone else selling it. Well, don't go to that link. Oh my God, I just literally go, oh my God. Get it reported. It is someone else selling it. Oh, the scumbags. We're closing that. We're going back to John's. Open image, new tab. This is John's. This is John's art. And if you want to see John's art, you can go to John's Twitch, or you can go to his Twitter, which John, post your Twitter. Post your Twitter, John. So I can share it. But this is John. John drew this. John's amazing. And we were going to be giving away. Should we just do the portrait as well? There you go. There's a link to John's shop. And you can buy prints and stuff properly. John's amazing. We're going to do our... John, I'll get you on. Let's draw together another time. But we've had so many like deep conversations and stuff. I've got about 45 minutes left. I need to finish by around 3:15 to do it. Let me close this. And let me get... we're going to close the competition now. And I'm going to draw a winner. So if anyone is still... If anyone has not redeemed yet, it's one single channel point. And you can enter the competition. I'm going in to get the list of people right now. So if you still got a little second to enter... Until I turn it off. Booch and Les have just both got in. Right at the end.
Ooh, we've got a subscription.
Fish, Estrogen, Just David. Obviously always doing great work for the David name. Right, you've got until I count down from 10. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Disabled. Right, let's do the draw. We've got 36 entries. Let me get the list of names. And we're giving away a £20 Bird and Blend voucher. You have to bear with me 2 secs. I just have to data sort. And... Two secs. It's good though, David, because you got the other David in trouble once. It's good because you got the other David in trouble once. It was good. It was good because people were like, David rated my house on yeah, it was you. Someone was saying that David done something on Rust, and at the time David wasn't on Rust. So I got a message from David, all confused, saying, "Is someone pretending to be me on Rust?" And I was like, "I don't think so. Why?" And he was like, "I got a message that someone's pretending to be me on Rust." I was like, "Oh, I don't know about that." And then I realized, like a couple of days later, I sent him a message and I was like, "Oh, it's just David. It's a different David." Right, this is showing Howie won this car. Addy Philly Let's not put your name in, Addy Philly. I'm just going through the list of names who've entered the competition. Addy Philly's in. Horrible David is in. The Rat Slayer's in. A Little Willow isn't in. A Little Willow is in. Tild is in. Sparkle Muffin is in. Sheep Boy is in. Paige. Prevs. Ray. Siamese Dolphin. Roseb. Tom Stew. Kaioken. Kaioken is in. Hecker. You're in. Oh no.jpg. You're in. Mr. Billy White. I'm just double checking my list of names while I do this. Pickle Bee. Fluffy. Free Coli. Chinder. Div. Hereford. Blaketown. Ironic Sparkles. Jabberoo. Beam Shilkrugi. You're the other person who wasn't in. Okay, I've got the full list. 3 of the names disappeared. Beam, Les, Booch, Wolfie, Estragion, Dirty Fish, Just David, and Mino. You're all in. Right, let's get the draw up. I was gonna say Div entering is the second entry for you, but I didn't wanna expose you. Look at this. Look at this. Here's the list of names. We're going to shuffle the names around a few times. And spin. Oh, Pickle Bee. Beam. 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 Beam Shakrugi. You have won the competition. Well done. It was so close to being Pickle Bee. Imagine if it'd been Pickle Bee and I'd had to like give a prize. Do you know what? Fuck it. Beam gets a £20, but we've just hit £2. We've just hit $2 grand. I'll do a £10 voucher as well. I'll do a £10 voucher. Just David. Just David, you get a £10 voucher. Let me make a note for myself. Beam. Do you know how often it's been? I mean, I can hear it. Now a £50 voucher. Right, this is for £50. This is for £50. This is for £50 for Les. God, imagine. Yes. Take that, Les. Right, 2K you've raised could help 400 potentially life-saving calls. Thank you so much for letting us know that. I always say, like, it's really nice seeing the effect that the money that we raise has on stuff. And it's nice to see, like, the impact as well. And speaking of impacts, here's Pickle Bee.
Hello.
Hello.
How are we? Let me see if I can get my turn on camera. There we go. Brilliant. So what you might want to do, right, is you might want to put like a blue chroma key over me. And then that way, if you want to show me on stream, I can kind of just float in space with you if you want.
Well, I Right, okay. Right. Okay. I see what you're doing.
Yeah.
Okay.
Good.
This is gonna get, for a charity stream though. This has got the potential to get weirdly sexual though, because
Brilliant.
you know, I could swallow you up whole right now.
Whoa, that's a big deal. That's a big deal.
Let's.
A jarring experience. Some could say.
I just want to be clear. You'll see what I'm talking about in a second. Oh God!
Keep talking.
What have I done there?
Oh.
Oh, wait there. We're gonna
Oh,
just.
oh,
we're gonna
no.
just sort this.
Yeah. It'll be fine. It'll be fine.
Okay, and let's close that, and then do this. Nope. Fuck's sake.
Oh, it's cool. Like for everybody behind the scenes. Yo, hello. Oh,
You were nearly on them, but
almost
I realized,
there. Almost.
I realized I'd not cropped it. I'm gonna have to put you on and then crop it.
That's fine.
There you go.
That's fine. That's fine. Let me see me. There we go. Hiya, everybody. I like that we there's like a secret Discord camera, which is
Oh,
like
yeah.
a behind the scenes camera, right? That's pretty cool.
You can
Could
almost
you-
wait there. Look, I can give
you-
you
wait,
special
wait.
bonus stuff that nobody else will get to see. Watch this now. You're gonna see this,
Wait,
but
is it
no
over
one
here?
no one else gets to see it.
Yeah. Can't wait. Oh, everybody! Oh, wow! You can't see this, everybody, but oh my gosh, what is happening? What is that? Oh, I'm seeing Ralph.
He's refusing to come on.
Boo! That's oh.
Oh my God, he's been so stroppy right now.
I kind of look like a force ghost in your monitor. This is pretty cool. Look, you gotta blow up a moon or something. Look, there's
absolutely
dog
refusing
dreamies
to come.
happening.
But there's
Okay.
There's treats there, so at some point you're gonna suddenly see Ralph come out.
If I just start on like
Over there.
it's because of that.
Do you want me to put
One
you on
second,
this
I think-
side or this side?
No. One second. I'm just gonna go like. Mwah.
Oh bloody
Oh.
hell! You kissed my chair.
Oh, you missed me. One second. Mwah. There we go. It works. It works. Hey. How we doing? How are you? Taff, you've been asking everybody else how they doing, but how are you? How are you, Taff?
I'm good. I'm good.
Yeah. Oh. Samaritans, I just want to apologize for everything that you're seeing at the moment. I would say he's not normally like this, but he's kind of.
It's just a guy holding his pickle.
Yeah. If people find this weird, it means they're sexualizing it themselves.
I mean,
and
B.
they're the
Dolan,
problem.
B. Dolan is definitely sexualizing it right now.
So yeah, I've just had surgery on my skull, and I'm like almost at 2 weeks now, recovered. A little bit under two weeks, but half of my face has kind of healed really well, and then the other half is still swollen. So I look like a weird like sort of emoji or something like that. So that's what's happening at the moment. Pickles don't talk, but and dildos do, Les? Dildos talk in your experience? What's going on there, Les? What's happening?
No, Les was doing most pickles don't talk, but this still do.
Right. Oh, I got done. Yeah, that was an own. Dildo, yep. Well done, Les. That's good.
It
That's
was
stuff.
actually quite good for Les.
Yeah, it's a wee pickle pun. I thought I uncovered all of them, but that's pretty good. That's pretty good. I might appear like a little bit tired
I
throughout
just
this.
realised
It's
I could-
because
I can make you bigger. Right there.
yeah.
You're slightly better quality then as well. Wait, where have you gone?
Oh,
Oh,
bye
God.
everyone. That's me.
Wait.
I saw Les Dennis called me a dildo, and I'm out now.
Oh, there you are. Fucking hell, you're big now.
Oh my. Oh, hello.
All right, gotta get your hair back in. Fucking hell. Stop moving.
Oh wait.
No, I'm putting you on back on this side. Wait, I don't want the pickle like behind my shoulder looking. Oh god, hard to pickle. Hard.
Yo, so I originally saw G-Burp do stuff like this, and now I get it. Now it's fun. It's fun. I don't need to do any makeup for this. It's magnificent. It's really, really cool.
So how are you, Pickle Bee? Because I do notice you did ask how I am, and then immediately like started talking
It's just
about
the
yourself
expected
instead.
thing, isn't it?
Yeah. You
Yeah.
didn't wait for me to answer. You started talking about yourself. So
That's true, actually.
typical Twitch streamer. You know, for anyone who's out there thinking, God, these Twitch streamers, it's good the way that they're able to talk about this stuff. No, they like talking about themselves. Look at me with all my issues.
I'll just project it onto this camera in front of me for all the people inside my computer to talk about.
Yeah, all the not real people who live inside my PC.
They're a little bit real.
Hello, people in my monitor.
If you believe they're real, then they're real, you know? Like, so there we go.
The thing is, though,
I just had... Yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
I think you're unreal.
Aw. Well, actually, no, I'm real. I'm actually real, Taff. So I think you should take that. No, I'm joking. Thank you.
You look like you're just about to dip your pickle into my cup of tea.
Yes. I like pissing your tea. Sorry, no.
Hello, Samaritans. How are you doing today? This is the kind of content that's raised you £2,000. So enjoy.
Exactly. If this has made you laugh, you should donate at least £2 to Samaritans. Just from this bit alone.
And if it hasn't made you laugh, you can invoice Pickle Bee for the time. You invoice Pickle Bee.
I thought you were gonna go like you could take money back from Samaritans, and that wouldn't be good at all.
Well, technically, a call to them does cost them because we've this £2,000 has helped over 400 calls.
That's brilliant.
So technically, if you call them, you can knock some money off that we've actually, raised for them.
That's really cool. That's actually really cool.
Get help. So
yeah. Sorry, now I'm just thinking about like a charity stream that ends up costing people money. But yeah, no, this is amazing. So how much in total have like, because we've got 725 on one side, but then above me we have, what is that, £1,276?
Yeah, so it's 2,000 and a pound. But now Jeb's just donated another £2, so £2,000, £2,003.
The pickle bit worked, as demanded by your giant pickle overload. Exactly. Thank you very much.
It's not often I've been told I have a giant pickle, so it's nice.
Yeah. I'm noticing this like growing Twitch community of streamers that'll be like, I've got a massive dick, like, and I'm like, that's nice.
I tell everyone, and this is the truth. You know, I'm gonna, I'll lay my dick on the line. I'm like, I have a small dick. I'd rather tell you that. Okay. There's no point in like we also like Ad doing his like his wedging, and you know there was a monster in there, I think, when he was wedging. So
yeah.
Like
just everybody points, you know, and
like I don't have a problem with this. I'd rather tell you, and if I keep emphasizing how small it is, if you ever see it, you could end up going, well, actually, it's not that small, and I'd go, okay, you didn't have to say.
Sometimes it's about the girth. Sometimes it's all about, you know.
It's not that girthy as well. And also, I'm bad at sex, so overall. I mean, I've been with my wife now for you know, we've been together for like I think, what is it, like fucking a long time now, 15 years. So yeah, I dressed up as David Bowie in Labyrinth for my 40th birthday.
Yo, let's go.
I did consider getting half a cucumber to stuff. because I thought, you need that. If you're being Bowie.
Dance, magic, dance. Yeah.
Imagine the Samaritans now going, oh God, this guy's done really good. And no, he's talking about how small his penis is for a good 5 minutes with a pickle on his shoulder.
What advice would you give to other people in relationships who maybe, have like, what else can you like bring to that to sort of like strengthen your relationships? Because you're a pro, right?
We're just a good Jericho, it's all right. We're just a good combo. I think Rach right at the start, which you would have missed, Rach was on at the start talking about. So we've had various different people on. For anyone who's tuned in late and wants to go back and watch it, it's been an interesting discussion. We had my wife Rach on at the start, and she was on for the first half an hour talking about how she went through postnatal depression and struggled after our little son was born. And then we've had David and Robin have been on, and then God, why have I gone blank? We had Willow on. Willow was amazing.
Willow was on. I caught Willow for a little bit, and then I was mostly here for the Robin and David chat, which was really, really good. Really good shit.
It's when we talked to my wife, we said about like my wife has been really like we've always been a good bounce off each other. Like, even to give the example, like she has been prepared. We're going to Disney on Wednesday, so we're away for 2 weeks, and she's been like, she has lists that she's prepared, that she's had everything in her mind of what she needs to pack. She's packed way more stuff than she needs, but I know that makes her okay, like feel more comfortable. And like she's got an entire thing that's just full of snacks for Jack and
oh, that's amazing.
Stuff like that she doesn't really need, because we're going to have stuff out there, so it's going to be okay, but like it just gives her the comfort in her brain that she knows it's all right, and we've got the space in the suitcase, so not a problem to do it. Whereas me, on the other hand, I would have probably not packed until tomorrow. Like, and even then I would have probably like left it until like we're getting ready to go to the airport. So it's like we have different strengths in different areas of like different like things that we help like each other in, and it just makes things easier. I think I'm a lot more chill with stuff. She's a lot more like, she needs everything to be in order, but then that is sometimes good. Like, I can't have a conversation with her about, like, say, it'd be nice for us to go on holiday to so-and-so someday. Then I'll talk to her the next day and she'll have, like, gone and planned a full trip and, like, everything that we're doing. And I'm like, okay, calm down. Like, it was just a theoretical discussion. And so sometimes, like, she needs that bringing down of the like, calmness and taking it a little bit less intense sometimes. So it's always a nice balance.
See, when you went to Disney World, did you try like the pizza cone sort of thing? It's like an ice cream cone, but the cone is like pizza bread and the ice cream is cheese and tomato sauce.
I haven't, but now
you need to get on this.
Now
I
that's
haven't
all
even
I'm
tried
thinking
it.
of. And now it's really difficult. Have I had cheeseburger spring rolls? There used to be a restaurant in Manchester that did cheeseburger spring rolls, and they were amazing. But we are supposed to be on this keto diet at the moment, so we're not supposed to be eating stuff. And I know it's going to go off kilter while we're at Disney, and that's okay. But also, I kind of want to make sure that anything that I do that takes her off the diet, that it's really good. I don't want to just like have something and then be like, that was shit. Like the other week, we went to Chester Zoo for the lanterns, and they had burgers, and I was like, oh, I'm gonna eat a shitty burger and it's gonna be in a bun and there's nothing else to eat, so I'm gonna eat the bun. And then when it came, it was in a pretzel bun, and I was like, oh my god, I'm so happy that like me eating these carbs is gonna be like a nice bun rather than just a shitty burger bun from a van. So yeah,
that's good. If you're gonna have a cheat day, like make it a really, really good cheat day.
Yeah.
No, the reason why, for everybody else in chat, the reason why I didn't catch the start of the stream is I was getting 25 staples removed from my scalp.
And if you didn't know,
and
that's because Pickle Bee's also a professional wrestler and was in a big match.
I am still recovering from the explosion that happened in the last Sunday Night Shite fight. So
fucking Emily.
So yeah, I had to heal from that. I know, fucking Emily. I'm so excited for Sunday Night Shite fight to start again, because I knew I was gonna have like skull surgery. I decided to film not just one promo, but 2 promos before it all got done, because I knew it'd be a wee while until I could like do normal promos with my face again. So I was just like, way out, plan it in advance, like for a holiday. But I thought the staples getting removed from my head was going to be incredibly like painful. It was actually the nicest feeling I've had for a very long time. Imagine like an ingrown hair, right? And you're trying to tweezer at it, and you eventually get it, and you're like, wow, that's changed my whole day. It was like that times a billion. It was so good. Anybody see if the NHS is like, here, do you want us to put staples in your head and then remove it 2 weeks later? Say yes. Honestly, so good.
I just want to say that's the views of Pickle Bee and not the views of BigTaffMan Streaming Industries Incorporated. If you want to don't just have staples for in your head for no reason. Unless you are in a death match, in which case be aware that if you're trying to staple someone else, they might staple you back.
Yeah. Oh gosh, I didn't think about that. Maybe I should have brought a staple gun along with me. No, that would be really bad, actually. No, that's not even advice for me. Yeah. Do not staple your doctor back. The surgeon's like, I'm just closing up your scalp now, and you're like, now for revenge. Like, don't do that. Like, that's a bad thing to do.
Well, I mean, I'd love to dwell on more stapling jokes that I myself was making, but I probably only got half an hour of the stream left at most. So, I know.
Let's bring it back down then.
Let's get depressing.
Let's get depressing.
No, that's the opposite of what we're saying. Let's have a discussion about mental health. So I know, obviously, for you, everyone's got kind of very different experiences, and you were quite keen to come on and chat about stuff. So I'll let you.
Yeah. So yeah, no, cheers. Thank you very much for having me on, and this has been really good, Taff. Really good. I kind of have like a lot of like existential dread. So I used to be someone who used to like idolize suicide quite a bit up until a point where I was hospitalized. And I've very much like it changed, but not maybe in the best way. Like you might be like, well, how would that be worse or better, or even just like the same? Because I've kind of like went from like 23 from where it was like really bad. Like you sort of, I think your 20s can be quite bad for a lot of things, but you're trying to find yourself, who you are, you're trying to navigate the world, and you're used to it, and you are firmly an adult in your 20s, you know, there's no way about it. And that can be like extremely intimidating and bad, and you can't even like sort of be like, oh, I'm a teenager still, because you're not. So I went from someone who used to be really depressed about all of that stuff to then going to holy shit, right, okay, I need to stay alive, and then getting really bad like health anxiety around it as well. And it's like actually kind of interfered with like my recovery and surgery. Like there was one time, Jade's been absolutely a star. Jade's my other half, and she's been amazing. But I had one really bad morning. Maybe this was like 3 or 4 days after the surgery, maybe a little bit longer. And I just woke up, and I would have like just really bad health anxiety where I'd be like, oh, I'm gonna die. I'm dying for some strange reason, and my brain will like get into that way. And I've had to really get good at like coping strategies and stuff like that, and because otherwise you can literally just get into a really bad like panic attack and anxiety. So my recovery in terms of mental health has been U-shaped and squiggly and messy, and I don't know if that like really speaks to other people.
I think,
and
I
obviously,
always,
like as a
I always say for me,
yeah.
like the analogy that I always use is like I feel like my mental health is like the ocean, and I feel like it's always in waves, and like I know there's going to be times where like I'm up, and there's times where I'm going to be down, and like you know, sometimes the big downs can be straight after the big ups, and the big ups can be straight after the big downs. I don't know where on a given time that that I'm going to be, and it's never a straight line. That's the thing. It's never like, oh, I'm bad this day and then I'm recovered, and I think the point as well that you said about like your age is, and this is probably like something that David can back up as some of the like more senior members of the community, is that like I think we're both in our 40s and don't have a clue where we're at still, and like I think there's often a conception of like when you get into your 20s that you should know where things are in your life, and I'm not sure you always do know where things are. Like I think the fact that you have to make decisions at like 18 or you know even 16 about what things you do at school and what you do at university and things like that can affect you massively for the rest of your life, and it's crazy sometimes that's such a big decision that
absolutely
affects everything,
and I think
for the next time.
And I think as well, like when you're in that early point of your life and you can kind of see the world for what it is in a weird way, and there can be some depressing aspects of that. So for example, I do a lot of activism and stuff like that, but I think there can be a realization sometimes where you can perceive the world as maybe getting worse, or it's not going to radically change in your lifetime, and even that can be like a proper gut punch, because you now kind of need to sort of navigate a world which is quite hostile, and you don't know what that's going to be like you know, throughout the course of your life, and even that can be like really tricky. And I think what I've sort of really sort of got good at is trying to just get your head to be present in the moment. It can be like, especially with like existential dread, you're like kind of like, well, what's going to happen at the end of all, and it can be really bad, and you can get into a total swirl. But then there another fear, another aspect of it, and I'm sorry if this is a little bit too dark, is that, you know, what if I just use up my whole life worrying about this sort of stuff, and I don't have a chance to sort of like enjoy the present in the present moment. And that's something I've like really tried to work on a lot, because, you know, you could look at wider events internationally. And I think you said earlier, you know, you're talking about Instagram stories and being very mindful of what content you're soaking up online or in the media as well, and having to be quite selective, because it can be quite frustrating, and you're only one person and there's a whole world outside in front of you, and that in itself is like very, very intimidating. So I think really trying to sort of exist in the present, but exist in your present as well, and not other people's presence, is important for people to be like informed about a lot of things. But there can be a doom spiral as well, and you're not going to help the world change. You're not going to help yourself change if you're just stuck in that constant doom spiral.
Yeah. And I think that's where we where when I say like that's why I always appreciate voices like yourself and people like B and stuff, that you amplify the right things that I can then go, right, okay, like I know, like I can read the things that you've posted or the things that you've shared and get myself better educated about things. Am I a bit quiet? Have I gone quiet? Oh God.
To be fair, we're both very loud people normally.
Am I?
You are my son, after all.
Well. Need a touch of DB from Pickle. I think.
Okay.
I think I've adjusted some stuff the wrong way, but that's okay.
That's okay.
It's for some reason my sound things have gone a bit crazy.
Your sound has went up on my end as well. I'll manage my sound on my end, but all good now. Cool.
Right. But yeah, like I say that, like I had even had a conversation with someone recently where I talked to them about like about charity streaming and stuff, and saying like it's difficult sometimes because trying to like work out like the right things to say sometimes and the right things to talk about. And like I stress, like I had a whole conversation with someone last night saying like I'm really worried about tomorrow's stream because I don't think I'm the best person to talk about this kind of stuff. Like I think that there's other people in the community who would be far better at hosting something like this. And I knew that was, you know, not necessarily probably partly right, but also not necessarily completely right, because with what I do, I can do things in my way. And like I say, like we know that, you know, a source like the Samaritans, it may not be something that's for everyone, but knowing there's a source there who is able to talk about, and we talked about this earlier before you guys came in from the charity yourselves, but the fact that you've got like extensions on the website that are there for, you know, we may not necessarily be able to help you directly talking about this subject, but here's sources that you can talk to directly about this, and having people like David talking about the people that he's contacted directly about BDD, and Rach talking about like that she's talked to people directly about postnatal depression. It's not just that there's one answer and one source and the one space that works for everyone. Go back
to the start of that sentence, like I think I said earlier in chat, like you were an anxious little bean, like, and in some ways that makes you like the best person to host stuff about this, because I've seen you on incredibly good days, and I've seen you on bad days too, and I think, you know, that's okay. And I think, I don't know, sometimes you can get in your head a lot, and I think, you know, relax and you know, stop having so much imposter syndrome, because you're a good bean. I mean, you're just a little anxious bean as well.
That's my massive thing. I mean, I talked earlier about the bullying and stuff, and like it is like I second guess every relationship I have and every discussion that I have, and that's why I think like I go out of my way to do stuff is to kind of try and give, but then it's like I do immediately go to putting myself down over stuff, like, you know, like saying with the charity streaming. But anyway, we're talking about you anyway. Yeah. Stop coming back to me.
Okay. Yeah.
We're talking about me enough.
I think like I related actually quite a bit to what I don't want to say horrible David, because David, you're not. You're actually like, fucking change your name. I'm calling you out right now to change your name on Twitch. But anyway, I related to a lot of like what horrible David was saying, and
you can just call him David. You didn't need to say horrible.
Yeah, I could. Yeah, but then we've got like 8 Davids in the chat, so David off time. Get the hair product. Because like, so for example, we hear most commonly like this phrase that's like gender dysphoria.
Yeah.
And there's a lot of similarities between gender dysphoria and body dysmorphia. I think if you look down the symptom list of each thing, you will find a lot of similarity, and so much so that sometimes you could be looking at both and you could be like, wait, is gender dysphoria just trans body dysmorphia? And I think like what doesn't really help is our health care system, and I'm just speaking from a Scottish perspective. In Scotland, we have some certain bits of legislations devolved, so our healthcare system is devolved, which is good in some ways because it means we don't nearly have as much privatization, but there's still a lot of similarities across the whole of the UK in how healthcare is done and how it's segmented off, and trying to get healthcare as a trans person in this country, it is incredibly bad because there's a lot of aspects of gender dysphoria that should be treated in our main healthcare system, rather than shoot off to the side where the waiting list for most gender identity clinics is they'll have an official waiting list, but then you'll talk to some activists and they'll be like, well, this is actually how many years it is actually, and it can be decades before you get seen. And therefore you can have a lot of trans people who really have body dysmorphia and aren't getting treated at all because of that, because the doctors are just like, oh right, okay, but you need to wait for a system. And then even things like hormones, which is essentially gender affirming healthcare, and there's other aspects to it that fall under gender affirming healthcare. Like if a cis person needed gender affirming healthcare, they would go to their GP, and sometimes they would get treatment on the same day. The doctor will print off, your GP will print off a prescription, and they'll be like, here, take that to your pharmacy, and then you'll get it prescribed near enough on that same day. And that's not the system for trans people. And there's been a lot of incredibly damaging history of like psychotherapy that's been done with trans people. Whole stuff like, I'm not going to explain it in chat, but the whole sort of paradigm of AGP versus HTST, which is this sort of almost belief that you can split trans people off, or maybe even just trans women, into two categories of acceptable and perverts. And really that's what it is on the sort of, if I am to dumb it right down. And those sort of theories have had lasting, really damaging implications, where certain types of therapies are still like talked about in the UK. We're like up in Scotland, we're just about to get to legislating on conversion practices. Which is a type of, I say this, you can't see me doing air quotes, but believe me, I am doing them. This type of therapy, air quotes, that you could do to change someone who is gay, bi, or thank you very much, into someone who's straight, or someone who is cis. And it's really bad, and it shows the importance of, maybe we don't need so much like segregation between what's typically seen as trans healthcare versus cis healthcare, because gender affirming healthcare is very much the same in some circumstances, like because the hormones that I take isn't different from the hormones prescribed from a cis person taking it. It's literally all the same stuff. I can open up the packaging and show it all. And I'm just reading Robin's point there, that it took 2 years for a first gender clinic appointment. And I'm in a way, right, I'm very privileged because facial feminization surgery, that's my brow reduction that I've had, isn't given across all your health boards across the UK. And I'm very lucky that it's in Scotland, but the waiting list for me to get that took 9 years. And it's really depressing to be like, 9 years is privilege. Having to wait that long is seen as a privilege. So there's a lot of, I feel like there would be a lot of problems solved if we didn't like push trans healthcare into its own sort of silo, because it leads to a lot of pain.
Yeah,
And there's a massive postcode lottery as well. Sorry, I just saw.
no,
Ironic
that's
Spartans.
that's all right. I mean, this is obviously the kind of thing that you're so much better, not just educated, but experiencing right now, that you can talk of a lot more than me. I mean, I was just gonna say, like, it's weird how like the media and stuff has like made things, drop things out of proportion and stuff. Like I had a conversation with Les recently where I was telling him about that I spoke to someone over Christmas about like how I really enjoyed that in our community that there's so many people of different like ethnicities and sexualities and genders and all this, and they went, do you know what I don't really get? And I was like, what? And I was like, this is going to be bad. And they were like, I don't get the ones who want to be cats and dogs. And like
That's
at the time like
no, it's not even just furries.
well, I thought they were talking
yeah.
about furries. So I was like, oh, well, I actually have some furries in my community. You know, as far as I'm concerned, whenever I've met someone who's into the furry community, they've always been like absolutely fine with me. They have their areas that they like to engage in that, and they don't force it upon someone else who's you know, I've never had an issue with anyone who's into that kind of thing. And it was only when I'm having the conversation with Les about it, and Les was like, oh, I think they're talking about when there was the whole thing in the press about the schools were having to have cat litter in there because if kids needed to go to the toilet, and I was like, oh, why I missed all this, and then I looked into it, and it was a whole thing that like they made a thing of the like kid that they'd have cat litter in the school in case the kids needed to go to the toilet, and like it turned into a whole thing of the media twisted into kids wanting to be cats, and it was actually for if there was an incident at the school and they had to lock down, and they would have the cat litter there for if the little kids needed to go to the toilet in the room at the time, because they were locked into the room because of there being an incident at the school. And it's like,
because I just saw it and I was like, I know for a fact that this is literally like a kid that came into a school with some cat ears or like a tail. You know how you can get those tails that you clip into your like your jeans or whatever.
Yeah.
And you could probably just feel it from there if like, you know, a journalist is like, wait, what? Someone was wearing cat. Someone had edited their personality. Whoa! And it's all really sad because like furry stuff is just like a fandom. It's just people who like anthropomorphic animals.
Yeah.
So for example, like your Disney Robin Hood is probably one of the most big examples. Like Goofy, Mickey Mouse, like there's a lot of that, and it's just like
I've talked to people before. Like we have a couple of people who are regulars in my chat who are members of the furry community, and I've said to them before, like I'd love to like I remember having a direct conversation with one of them where I said I'd love to like have a chat with some people about furry fandom and about your like what it's like, and they were like, look, I'd be happy to have a chat with you, but my experiences are totally different to someone else's experience, and the things that I'm into regarding that are totally different to what someone else is into. And it was really interesting like having that chat about that, like even like that being a little basis. And I said when I do the things I love like chat, that I know we've talked about doing one of those, I'd love to have someone on to talk about that who's got experience of it, that can like put some of these misconceptions of what it is to away a little bit, to because like, you know, as far as I'm concerned, if someone's into something and they're not hurting anyone else and it's, you know, consensual and let them be, you know.
The art from that community is like so rich, like the costume making, the pencil art, and like so much more is just like an incredibly creative a bunch of people, but people who are like so good at like have such a good moral standing. So like as Ironic Sparkle says, we had in Glasgow someone like basically held a hate rally and there was tons of groups that came together in George Square in Glasgow to sort of do a counter demo against it. And one of those groups was a block called Furries Against Fascists. And it was just amazing. It was really, really cool just to see a bunch of furries like go and counter like fascist hate in your community, and incredibly lovely to see. And it was so good because there was a furry convention going on in Glasgow at the same time as you know, a sort of a hate rally that was going on, and it was like the stars had aligned like perfectly. They're a cool bunch. I'm not a furry myself, but I think they're pretty cool. I think.
Yeah.
I don't know how we got here, but like
that's the thing. Is like
two not furries.
Yeah, it's
like furries are kind of neat.
it's the thing of like, you know, I'm an adult who likes buying little toys of things like that. That's my thing. I like doing that. Does it make me a bit weird? Yeah, it does a bit, but everyone's a bit weird. So, you know,
I think most streamers are like, the more and more time I spend on this like platform, the more I'm sort of realizing like a lot of streamers are just like maybe a little bit neurodivergent, and they have like very, very niche interests that they're passionate about. And it's like lovely. It's lovely seeing that. It's lovely seeing someone be like, I had a really bad mental health day, but here I got Roger Rabbit, you know, action figures, and here they are, and it's just it's really nice. It's nice.
His ears are formed into a heart. So
his ears
nice.
have. Do you want to know a crime? Do you want to know an actual crime? I haven't seen the movie.
It's actually really good.
I need to, because
And
I was brought up on Space Jam, and a lot of people are like, Space Jam is shit in comparison.
I like Space Jam as well. I've got a collection of Space Jam figures downstairs.
Did you see the new one?
I have seen the new one, and the new one.
How bad was it?
The new one is different, is what I would say. And I think I hesitate to say like that it's bad, because I think it's a different era and a different thing, and it's ultimately it's a kids movie. So
yeah.
You know, like
I
the
guess.
people who are sitting there criticizing it, you know, they're probably not sitting there criticizing it. It is weird because it's got Elmer Fudd in Casablanca, and I don't really understand why they've got a scene where Elmer Fudd is in Casablanca and how that is a bit that Eddie kids would get. It's also got, it's got an Austin Powers scene in it, which is really weird.
Oh, it does? Wow.
Yeah, like there's a whole bit
that's
where
really not kids.
There's a whole
That's
bit
really
where
not kids.
yeah,
The Pulp Fiction bit was cool. There was a Pulp Fiction bit.
yeah, and they have the
Now I
people
kinda
from
have to
Clockwork
see it.
Orange in the background. So the whole idea
That's
of
a
it
bit.
is that it's going into the Warner Brothers like archive. So anything that's Warner Brothers, like there's a load of the Game of Thrones characters show up as well, but they're kind of in the background. They're not actually as part of it. But there's a bit where they go through different parts of the Warner Brothers world. And so they pop into the Austin Powers films. They pop into Casablanca. It's very weird. Yeah.
I think I'm very multiversed out. I think I'm just like, it's like wild how they're like, the American Office is coming back and it's set in the Office universe, and I'm like, you mean the regular universe? What's going on here? Why does everything need to be? Maybe I'm just getting old. I mean, I'm not old. I'm 30, but still, like, I'm just, yeah.
Well, I'm going to be a pain for you here because I've got about 5 minutes before I need to leave.
Can I?
So
Yeah.
I know you probably got things you
let me-
want to say
No, it's okay.
rather than talking about
Probably,
Space Jam.
Like some of the things I know, right? Some of the sort of things that I feel like really help. I touched on like staying in the present and trying to exist in the present moment. And when I get panic attacks, sight, sensation, smell, you know, and just if everything is like closing in and you can feel your POV starting to narrow, think about things around you. What can you taste? What can you smell? Like, what are some objects that you can see is really, really good, like grounding exercise. And I think the other thing that really, really helped me, and this sort of really helped in getting away from like really bad suicidal ideation. I know sometimes we can't control our own thoughts, right? It's very hard sometimes to sort of censor what is just naturally occurs in our brains. If I say don't think of a pink elephant, you'll probably think of a pink elephant. But also at the same time, bad thoughts about yourself can be quite addicting. It's actually can be very addicting to be like, oh, I suck. Oh, what I did then wasn't good. And you know what? Also, I look like this and that's bad. And maybe I sound like this and maybe this, that, and the next thing. And what happens is like your brain sort of wires itself into sort of fast coding. And it starts to sort of crave you thinking like these bad things about, or at least that's how I found it for myself. And trying to almost see that as maybe not addiction is the right word, but trying to observe that this is a very unhealthy, bad habit. And you can't give in to your own brain constantly thinking that you're the worst piece of crap in the world. Because if you do that, it will slowly devour up the rest of your brain. And it will be the only thoughts that you'll only have left. So for me, one of the biggest things that I ever did was really trying to push back that and fight against it. People talk about having like a sort of a logical Vulcan in your brain to be like, that's not logical. Something like that is just like, is really, really good to you know, make sure that your mental health doesn't consume you. Because if you let it, even as a healthy person, as someone who thinks that they might have mentally good health, it will slowly start to consume all. So that's probably like my biggest thing. Also, pregabalin's really good. I'm also on pregabalin.
I think, and that's yeah.
Hi. Yeah.
I was just gonna say, and that's like the thing. It's about finding what helps you. Is the big thing, and as we've gone through this with everybody's got slightly different techniques, and you know, not always what works for one person is not going to work for the other person. And you know, having the spaces that you find comfortable, and that like I said, I don't have a mental health bit on my Discord because I don't always feel comfortable with it. That's okay. It's okay that other people have got mental health bits on their Discord that they're more comfortable with, and that they're able to talk. That I don't judge anyone who's got a different method of dealing with things than me. That like everyone's got a different source. Like and knowing that there's all these places out there that we can talk to, like, you know, whether it's going to try and speak to a doctor, which can obviously be a difficult thing to get through, whether it's calling the Samaritans and speaking to someone on their helpline and getting help, or whether it's talking to someone more specialized in a certain area, then there's different things that are going to help different people. And yeah,
absolutely. Right, let me give me a kiss, and then and then I can go. There we go.
Look,
I'm like just behind you. I can do it.
It's on the back of the head.
That worked perfectly, actually.
Right.
But no, thank you very much for pregabalin is more for physical symptoms, is it? No, it can actually be for mental health as well. It's also sometimes prescribed for people who have seizures as well. It's most commonly prescribed actually in Northern Ireland, and that is because mostly of the generational trauma of the Troubles. So there's a wee tidbit about my prescription. So it can be used for all sorts. It's really good. I like it. It works for me. Might not work for you, but I really like it.
And that's the thing with any of these kind of pills as well. There's so many different pills that do slightly different things and work for different people in different ways. And you know,
like for example, I was also put on venlafaxine at one point in my life, and for me, venlafaxine was really, really good until I noticed that it started to give me problems with my heart. And it was the case that it was a drug that worked really, really well for me mentally health wise, but if I remained on it, it would have probably killed me. So yeah, definitely check with your doctor before you do it. Don't just look at a couple of streamers on Twitch and be like, oh yeah, that'll fix me. Always consult your doctor.
Yeah, we've not got the answers, but like I said, like if anyone ever wants to drop me a message, and I know a lot of people have said this today, but you know, I am there. I'm not an expert in this stuff. I'm not going to be able to give you the correct guidance all the time and tell you like this is what you need to do, because I don't know. But I also know that there's lots of people out there who I can message as well and say like, hey, I'm not having a great day at the moment. Like what do you think? Like what's up with you? Like, yeah, just having that is good. But yeah, thank you, Pickle Bee, for being on.
Thank you for inviting me. I will see you soon.
I don't think I invited you. I think you forced your way on.
Yeah, I think I did. I think I was like, I think actually that's exactly what happened. I was just like, I hear you're having a Brew Monday. I'd like to be part of that.
It was my usual thing of going, oh, I don't know who to ask on, and I don't want to put any pressure on anyone, so I'm going to leave it up to people to message me and say something. So thank you for messaging me. And
no, thank you.
Yeah.
And hopefully I get to see Ralph next time.
I know. I don't know. There's a line of treats there, but he's just not gone for the treats.
He's on strike. Clementine does it as well sometimes. The woes of being a streamer's pet.
I know he doesn't get to come on the streams often as well. You got anything coming up that you wanna highlight?
I'm slowly playing Alien Isolation most nights at the moment. So if you like, thank you for holding me while I promote my stuff. If you like Pickles being scared on twitch.tv in the evenings, come around to my channel. We're playing Alien Isolation, and it's very scary, and I shit myself a lot. It's cool. Thank you.
I was just wiggling because you were wiggling, so I was trying to wiggle along with you. Right. Thanks, Pickle Bee. Bye.
Bye.
And that was the stream. It's going to be a quick wrap up because I need to go. Thank you very much for everyone who's come in and chatted today. David, Willow, Robin, Pickle Bee. It's been nice. Sorry to John, who we never got to. I'm so sorry, John. I was really looking forward to drawing with John. I had my stuff ready. Rach. Yeah, I'm going to be on again tomorrow. It's going to be our last stream before the holiday. I don't know what I'm doing tomorrow. I keep going for different ideas. So I don't know what it's going to end up being. We're going to, we're going to finish up now. I'm just going to double check that there's no one else. There's no one else streaming for the Samaritans at the moment. Let me just see that nobody's posted in there saying they're doing anything. Oh, good. I don't think there's anyone else gone live for the Samaritans at the moment. So what I'm going to do instead is I'm gonna go raid someone who I absolutely love and who is amazing content creator and does really good stuff and is all around lovely, and that's G-Bib. And we're gonna go and send G-Bib some love. They're one of the absolute favorites in today. Thank you to everyone for the nice messages and stuff.
Time for a drinky poos.
We will be back tomorrow night, 8 p.m. I'm gonna just get the raid going quickly, so this is gonna kind of be the end. Go see G-Bib. They're playing DBD. They're lovely. G-Bib just makes me happy. John, we'll get it when I get back. We'll do a special Monday John and Taff drawing stream. I'm so sorry, John. I will see you all later. Be good.
Oh, who's been a good boy? You're such a good boy, you are. Oh, yeah, you're a lovely boy.
Be good. And if you can't be good, use some bloody protection. Bye-bye.